right, good evening. Welcome to the October 1st, 2018 meeting of the Planning Commission for the City of Pacifica. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kraske. Here. Commissioner Niblin.
Here.
Commissioner Gordon.
Here.
Chair Campbell.
Here.
Vice Chair Clifford.
Present.
Commissioner Rubenstein.
Here.
And Commissioner Stedjink is absent because he's recused himself ahead of consideration of item number 1.
Great, thank you. All right, salute to the flag. Commissioner Rubenstein.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, on to administrative business. First, approval of the order of agenda. Commissioner Gordon.
I move that we approve the order of agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner Neblin.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote. On to the approval. Oh, that passes. Thank you, unanimously. On to the approval of the minutes for September 4th, 2018. Commissioner Clifford.
I move to approve the minutes of September 4th, 2018.
Thank you. Commissioner Gordon.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote. And on to the approval of the minutes for September 17th, 2018. Commissioner Clifford.
I had one minor change, and then I'd move for approval. Get to that page. Excuse me. All right, on packet page 55, Vice Chair Clifford stated he was in favor of calendar days. I actually stated that I was in favor of business days. I raised the whole issue because I wanted business days, not calendar days.
It's a material change.
And I move to approve the minutes with that change.
Do we, I guess point of clarification, what do we end up with? I forget.
In terms of the proposed ordinance, the commission voted to recommend business days.
Okay, that's all consistent then. Great. Commissioner Neblin.
Well, I'll second the motion then, subject to the change.
Great. We've had a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. On to a designation of liaison to City Council meeting to confirm that we need one for October 8th.
Yes, so Chair Campbell, you've already volunteered or selected yourself for the 8th, which the City Council will be hearing the proposed changes to the marijuana ordinance. And then we now need a designation of liaison for October 22nd. There's going to be several items there. There's going to be the development agreement ordinance that you are hearing tonight, and there was an appeal of the marijuana use permit, the use permit, the last one you heard. So those two items.
The appeal and the development agreement ordinance, is that set for the 22nd, both?
Yes.
And just the marijuana ordinance amendment next Monday?
Yes.
All right. Actually, I was hoping someone else would want to take next Monday's.
Oh, well, I don't want to take next Mondays, but I would volunteer for the other one.
Okay.
I can take next Mondays.
Oh, yay. Thank you so much. All right. Commissioner Clifford, you're it.
All right.
For the 22nd.
22nd. Put it
Okay.
on my calendar.
Thank you both. Much appreciated.
Confirming Niblin for 10-8 and Clifford for 10-22.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
All right, great. Let's see. Onward to oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available to the public to address the Planning Commission on any issue within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission. That is not on the agenda tonight. The time allowed for any speaker would be 3 minutes. If you wish to speak, just fill out a card and bring it on up. The cards are available at the back of the room. If I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry.
I don't think you put any on top. I don't see any, so I think we're going to move on. And we're going to move on. There's no consent items tonight, so we're going to move on to a continued public hearing It's for a use permit for a 1,112 square foot outdoor seating area with alcoholic beverage service at the existing Taco Bell, well, actually at the existing restaurant, Taco Bell Cantina on Highway 1. Recommended CEQA action is categorical exemption from CEQA and approve as conditioned. So staff report, please.
Good evening. I'm Contract Planner Ranu Agarwal, and this item relates to a use permit for the legalization of an existing outdoor seating area on a 1,112 square foot deck in conjunction with the existing Taco Bell Cantina in the area of the Pacifica State Beach. The project requires approval of a use permit for the location of seating outdoors on a deck located to the rear of the restaurant. This project was first considered by the Planning Commission at the Planning Commission hearing on August 20th, 2018. The staff report and minutes of that hearing are included in the agenda packet and are included from page 85 to page 128. At the August 20th hearing, the Commission discussed several issues related to the project features and operations, including outdoor alcohol service, trash management, and noise. The Commission also discussed the design of the alarm gate at the stairway to the beach from the deck and whether there was signage advertising alcohol proposed. The Planning Commission contemplated conditions that may be imposed on the project to further address these issues and continued the hearing to September 17th, which was then continued to today, October 1st. In response to the Planning Commission comments, the applicant submitted additional materials, including a trash management plan, the restaurant's alcohol service policy, and employee training program for alcoholic beverage service, which is currently in the interiors of the restaurant. In light of the Planning Commission comments on the project and evaluation of the additional information presented by the applicant, staff has included several additional conditions of approval. These conditions notably put in place requirements for the finalization and implementation of the trash management proposal by the applicant, customization and implementation of the alcohol service policy for alcohol beverage service on the deck, and limitations on the hours of alcohol service and hour of operations on the outdoor seating area. Staff has also incorporated a condition of approval that provides for an additional barrier above the alarm gate, and a condition of approval which prohibits permanent signs advertising alcoholic beverages in the exterior of the premises. There is a condition of approval which mandates 2 consecutive annual reviews by the Planning Commission to afford the Commission an ability to evaluate compliance with conditions of approval by the operations and to modify the conditions if necessary. And staff believes that as conditions, the proposed project would meet all of the 3 findings of the use permit for its approval. It complies with the policies of the general plan, local coastal land use plan as well. It would be consistent with the applicable design guidelines. And the recommendation from staff is for the approval of the requested use permit as it is conditioned. Staff is available to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
I guess I've got one.
Commissioner Clifford.
We received a notice here asking for changes in some of the conditions.
This was received at about 6:14 this evening,
okay.
And the applicant would be able to speak to them in greater detail.
Okay.
But
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I'll have to ask the applicant about his request. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more questions for staff, so at this point, I'd like to invite the applicant up to speak on the project, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. I hope this doesn't take all 10 minutes. And I brought my team just in case I can't answer any of your questions. I can phone a friend. I think that the department's done a very nice job listening to both us as the applicant, the commissioners, and the community. So thank you. I think the report was very well written. the conditions that are referred to on there, of the 20 conditions that we are amenable to the majority of them, there are 3 points that I think we should have some discussion over. First is condition number 10, which speaks about the raising of the barrier above the gate. And I would ask that you refer to page 116 in the deck, where the chief of police stated that in his belief, the barrier that is there now, along with the alarm, suffice as a barrier to keep those who are going to be law-abiding citizens to be law-abiding citizens. So that's number 10. And I don't know if you want to go through each of the 3 or whether you'd like to discuss them individually.
Why don't just go through, okay, and then we'll see if we can remember it.
Condition number 14 speaks to the hours of operation. We did misspeak at the last hearing. The current hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., with exception of Friday and Saturday that were open until 12 p.m. Those hours change from time to time, and we would ask that the condition be modified to be consistent with the actual hours of operation, with the terminology that we would never be open later than midnight on the patio. Currently, it's only Friday and Saturday, but it would be helpful for our staff and for the community, excuse me, to have the same hours of operation for both. And so we would request this to be stated in more simple terms. And then the final condition that we'd like to discuss refers to a trash enclosure that encroaches on the easement adjacent to our property. There's a stipulation that we bring that trash enclosure onto the property. And what I would ask is that, one, we be given the opportunity to be granted the ability to encroach on that easement. And if not, if that's not possible, in speaking with the adjacent landowner, for us to be given the opportunity to rebuild that trash enclosure at the time in which we remodel the building, as we will have contractors on site. And other than those 3 conditions, I think, again, that the report was very well written. The community and our business, I think, worked well together to do the right thing for the community, and look forward to discussion now.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Neblin.
Thank you. I was just hoping for a little bit of clarification. For what it's worth, I think condition number, 14, as modified, looks okay to me. But I was curious about sort of the last call and how last call would work in connection with the outdoor seating area. I see that in reviewing the responsible alcohol service policy, which I appreciate having the opportunity to look at, a last call is generally 30 minutes prior to the established restaurant closing time, or 1:30, whichever comes first. And so wondering if there was an intention to sort of deal with service on the patio, such that last call would be half hour prior to, with respect to service on the patio, would be half hour prior to service ceasing on the patio.
Absolutely. We would do the same thing. We would modify the policy to state that.
Okay, and maybe the conditions of approval already reflect that. I just wanted to make sure that that was something
I think that
was
is in there as one of the conditions.
Okay, all right. You know, if it's in there, great. If not, I'd want to make sure it's reflected.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rubenstein.
Hi, welcome back. Couple of questions. Actually, I had a question about condition number 11. It states that permanent signage in the parking lot or other exterior areas on the premises advertising alcohol or sale shall be prohibited. I'd like to expand that to include banners or non-permanent signage, that you might use to specifically advertise alcohol.
Perfectly amenable to that.
Okay. And then I agree that for clarity, the service should be, the outdoor alcoholic service should be commensurate with maybe the hours that you're opened. But I personally have an issue with serving alcohol that late. So I don't know how we kind of address those two issues at that location. But maybe that's something we can talk about. And then with regard to to condition number 17, I have no issue with whether it's on the easement or not off the easement, but I would want to have some definitive time frame assigned to this, not when you'll have contractors on site, because that doesn't mean anything. So
I would say that within our lease with the landlord, we have discussed remodeling before the end of the year.
Okay.
And so we could certainly commit to doing that.
Or something. Would you be agreeable to do it, like a 90-day time frame or 120 days, approximately the end of the year?
I would ask the planning department, how quickly can you grant permits for construction once we submit?
Oh, I see. Okay.
I think I would offer that one element of uncertainty is the fact that the area is in the Coastal Commission's permit jurisdiction. So we have no control over the timeline that may be required to navigate their permitting process. And so if the commission should make a change to the condition, incorporating some flexibility to account for that would be helpful to staff.
Yeah, maybe it's commensurate with the issuance of a permit or something like for the remodel.
He knows more about construction than me.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. Bill McDermott, consultant for Golden Gate Bell. We've actually been engaged with Patrick Foster at the Coastal Commission for the last year, making sure he knows what's going on with the steps, and our application is in with them for the exemption status due to the limited impact, mostly self-contained, within the building. And we have email correspondence that he is in support of that. He's just following the steps. So we've been coordinating with the Coastal Commission, and they've been a great partner in this process.
Great. So the design or the type of trash enclosure would be suitable for the location outdoors on a beach?
The conditions of approval actually are very specific about materials, size, location. The original thought is that we would just cut the corner off of the wood. We're not on the property anymore. We're going to assess that with staff, making sure it works for, it's an encroachment of about 18 inches by 18 inches of the corner of the trash can, or trash receptacle, and so, or trash enclosure. But the condition is very specific about materials and requirements, so we'll work obviously with staff during the permitting process to nail it down perfectly.
Okay, great, thanks. I just have one more item. It's not a condition of approval, but it's something we discussed the last hearing where we asked, what can Taco Bell do to be better stewards environmentally at this location with eliminating some single-use products that are not biodegradable?
I would say that the steps that we've taken, he's also taller than me, knows more about construction and taller. We've already started to work with Taco Bell there. We've actually removed the single-use plastic objects from the consumer area, and they are now, like the cutlery and whatnot, they're available for consumer use, but they're now behind the counter and they have to ask for them, and there's signs posted. The things that we've changed, there are now compostable straws on site, and we've engaged with the franchisor in discussing what we can do to be more responsible, not just at that store, but globally with the single-use plastic. So it's a conversation. It's a big ship. It's tough to turn it quickly, but we've done what we can do immediately to help the Pacifica community.
Okay, so we're really talking about straws and forks and spoons, right?
Yep.
And the ketchup packets or the hot sauce packets.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. How you doing? I want to follow up on Commissioner Rubenstein's very important comments questions, really, and I want to ask you some questions, too, and it's along the same lines, because this is your opportunity, this is our opportunity to make Taco Bell an example and a model for other restaurants. You've got the best location in the entire city. There's an email from Lynn Adams, who's from the Pacifica Beach Coalition, and she says that after a long talk with the owner and district manager, Taco Bell has committed to pull back the straws and lids from behind the counter, which I believe you just alluded to. That's correct, right?
It is.
And by request only. Change their plastic cups to paper cups. And what's the status of that?
So we've engaged with the brand to discuss that. And the paper cups that were the alternative are actually not biodegradable or recyclable. But what we have done at this point, because it's what's readily available, is change to a plastic cup that is recyclable.
Interesting. So you're going to recyclable paper cups, you say, or plastic cups?
Plastic.
Plastic cups. Okay. And then, but on the horizon, the ultimate goal is to go for compostable cups? Is that what you're saying?
So again, the franchisor is the one that controls all of that.
Understood.
And we've engaged in discussions with them. And there was the entire franchise community was in Las Vegas last week, and that was a topic of discussion.
Great. Yeah, I see this as an incredible opportunity to make impacts nationwide, but that's for another conversation. So
that we're happy to continue and engage with. I mean, Lynn and her team have been outstanding in from the point that they just reached out to have a discussion instead of just saying, hey, we don't want you to do this. I mean, it's been a relationship that should have been forged a long time ago, and she's been good to work with.
That's great. I'm happy to hear that. I get uneasy when I'm very happy to have conversations, but I also like to see commitments memorialized in writing. And so that's what I'm going to try to do tonight. And the only other thing was changing cutlery to biodegradable. And what's the status of that one?
So the commitment that we made was to, one, go back to the franchisor and engage in conversation, and to remove from the consumer's immediate use that plastic cutlery. And so we've done what we can do as a franchisee of a much, much larger brand, and have engaged in conversations that are being heard.
Okay, so currently we're still using plastic forks and cups. Plastic cups. Plastic cutlery.
Plastic cutlery, yes. The straws are now biodegradable straws.
Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
Just a quick question. Does the cantina model use like silverware?
No.
Oh, and one more question. And the beer is served in plastic cups? And are those recyclable cups?
That I do not know at this point.
Okay. But that's a goal, right?
It would be my goal. Again, the franchisor has a lot of control over our entire supply chain. So it all has to go through the franchisor.
Thanks. All right. Is that? Yeah. All right. Commissioner Kraske.
Yeah. I'd like to echo some sentiments about the hours of operation for the outdoor patio. Do you know currently what your percentage of your alcohol sales occurs after 10 p.m. at the location?
I do not know what percentage of the alcohol sales is after 10 p.m., but I do know that the alcohol sales is very, very low as a percentage of our total sales. So currently it's not on a menu board, but I can share that our other cantina that's in the local community has sales less than 5% for the entirety of the sales mix. So it's a low percentage.
by reducing the hours of operation, a couple hours, wouldn't have a large effect on the alcohol sales.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, so I guess my concern is really surrounding noise and trash. With that patio being open till midnight. You noticed attachment D in the cleaning maintenance plan, for example. You have listed your cleaning captain makes rounds throughout the day. I think the last round he or she makes is around 8 p.m. So that leaves about 4 hours or so of trash and whatever to accumulate.
So I think for clarification there, that maintenance plan refers to the entirety of the property. And what we've done in that plan is to make sure that they're circling the entirety of the property. And for the safety of our employees, in any of our restaurants, we don't allow them to go off the property into the parking lots by themselves after dark. And so the places, if we're talking about beer or alcohol sales, that people would be depositing those cups into or trash into, our team would continue to empty the trash on the interior and on the patio because that's actually contained. So it's just, it's the outside parking lot that wouldn't be picked up until first light. And that's consistent with every restaurant in the country.
Yeah, and I think for me I want to have ongoing discussion on the hours of operation. I'd like to, because I'm not comfortable with 12 a.m.
Well, we can discuss that when we get to discussions, yeah.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, Commissioner Clifford.
I'm going to go circle back to the trash can that's on an easement. Whose easement? Who owns that easement? I never did hear who you were discussing it with.
That I do not know and can't answer. Bill, who's the owner of the easement?
Easement. All right. So there are actually two easements. Easement 1 runs along the ocean, so we'll just assume everybody's the owner of that easement, and that's for the public use. Easement number 2, which is on the generally north side, where all those old bushes used to be that was blocking a pathway, were cleaned out. That is also for public use. On the south side, where the trash enclosure is located, and this is a mistype in my notes for Eric, it's not actually encroaching into an easement. It's encroaching into a neighbor's property by the 18 by 18. So what we would be proposing to do is first approach the neighbor, which staff might be able to tell me, are you our neighbor? I believe that's a public parking lot.
Yes.
Yes. So the first thing we would do then would be to approach staff and discuss what it would be to memorialize an easement for it to maintain as is. And then we would proceed down the pathway as outlined kind of in the letter, working to modify it, to bring it up to the standards that it needs to be. So it's not actually in an easement, it's off our property. It's always been off our property since 1971. So we understand how that works and what needs to be done with that. So it's not in an easement. And a note that I just got whispered in my ear as well, because as Commissioner Kraske indicated, there may be some additional dialogue about hours of operation. We would respectfully request the ability for Eric to come back up and fill in any gaps, because there's moving pieces between alcohol inside, outside, normal sales, that we want to make sure you have a clear picture of our intentions during your discussions, so that we don't contradict each other or contradict ourselves in expectations. Anything else construction? Or anything?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You've at least cleared up who actually owns the property.
Thank you. Commissioner Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. There was a couple things I forgot to ask you. So, to-go bags, the evil plastic to-go bags, are they in use at the store? No.
They're paper to-go bags.
They're what?
Paper.
Oh, awesome. Okay, and so I assume that's recyclable. Those are recyclable?
I would assume that those are, but I do not know. They're brown paper bags, so I would assume yes.
Okay, thank you. And the food containers that they come in, are those single use or reusable? Do you know?
I don't know that we have. The majority of the stuff is wrapped in paper. There are some items, and I do not know the recyclable status of. I'm trying to think. There's a power bowl that comes in some sort of plastic container, and I'm not sure whether it's single use or whether it's recyclable.
Okay. And the lids to the cups?
Lids to the cups are recyclable.
Recyclable, awesome. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
And both, like I said, the cups and the lids were both changed. Right. And the straws are now biodegradable.
That's great. Thank you.
All right, I have two questions. One quick one?
Just a real quick one.
All right, Commissioner Rubenstein.
In the store, do you have a separate recyclable, compostable trash?
We will be putting that in with our remodel.
Okay.
That's great. Two questions. The gangplank to access the outside window and just apologies if that's already in the plan that I missed, but is that going to be constructed, or does it already exist, or how's it going to work?
It already exists today.
I had some reports from some of our finest teens in town who tried to use it and couldn't find it, and they couldn't do it, and they set off the alarms in the back trying to get to the outside patio. So
it runs right along the north side, I think the north side of the building along the windows.
It does. It's open. It's available.
Wide open.
Kids these days. Okay. I'll strike that one. Next one would be, just so I understand, there's a lot of discussion about the plastic utensils and changing policy. What in a hypothetical action plan from you, if you wanted to go to the franchisor and request that they change their policy, how does it work? Let's just say hypothetically you decided, you know what, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go to the franchisor, to the,
It's Yum, Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
Mm-hmm.
HQ, and say, listen, they're not going to give me the authorization unless I get this changed. How does it work? What are the policies that would prevent or not prevent you from taking action on this?
So the supply chain and the franchisor buys supplies for 7,500 restaurants, and to change anything on a dime would never happen. It's work with both the franchisees and the franchisors, talking about how to come up with the solutions that will work for the entirety of the system. And it is a long, arduous process to change.
Yeah, I've general understanding of the franchisor-franchisee relationships, and I know these are huge and you go to big meetings, mm-hmm. But I mean, do you as a franchisee what's the mechanism that you even make the request?
So I'm a former Yum employee, so I've got the red phone directly to people, and I've made phone calls. And quite frankly, that's how we were able to get the permission to pull back our cutlery, to change the plastic cups, to immediately change to the biodegradable straw. And so we call the purchasing department, the QA department, and it goes through a long process of discussion. And if there are things that can ever be changed quickly that work for portions of the system, they'll grant those things. For example, the straws, they granted that for us because there are other communities that had already mandated the change of straws, and so the the supply chain had already been vetted. And so we simply had to get that supply into our distribution center. So it's the things that don't have a large magnitude obviously are able to be changed much, much quicker. But there are some items that the entire 7,000 unit chain uses that there is supply chain that's been purchased, there is inventory, and then the vetting of a new product, as you can imagine, in today's day and age, in order to put something in use with that many folks involved, that many people that are exposed to it on a day in, day out basis, there's a large amount of testing that's gone through to make sure that, one, the consumer is safe, two, that the products will hold up, and that they'll represent both the brand well and the franchisee.
Yeah, thank you. You probably can see where some of us up here are headed, in that things won't change unless the franchisor is convinced to change things, and that'll never change if no one tells them no, right? If no one says, no, you can't have, this is going to lead to more litter on the beach, and so we're concerned about that, and you can't have permission to open up a cantina unless you change or make a pilot program out of your store or something where there's some movement. I always harken back when I was planning and zoning attorney in Arizona, and McDonald's was going to go into Sedona, and the Sedona town council was like, you got to have a green sign. It's got to be green. It can't have golden arches. And they went nuts. I mean, the franchisee was like, no, you got to have golden arches. But they ended up with green arches. So I'm just kind of thinking maybe there's a way to do this. I would urge you to maybe just think about, maybe there's a pilot program or something that you could do to kind of get at this issue, and we could be the start, we could be the first.
I think that the things that I can make a commitment to, and again, I'm not sure that this is part of the use permit portion of what we're discussing or deciding upon. But what I can commit to is continue to have those discussions and honoring the commitments, one, that I've made to the Coastal Coalition, and to continue working with Lynn and her team, and then going to bat with the franchisor. That's what I can commit to. I can't make promises of what the franchisor is going to say we can and can't do today.
All right, let's see, thank you. I've got two more lights. Commissioner Rubenstein.
I just wanted to follow up on what the chair had to say. We don't really understand the process of the franchisee-franchisor relationship, but from a layman's perspective, we could assume that there could be a carve-out for forks, for example, where the franchisee could purchase their own forks. I don't know if that's true or not, but
it's not true. Not with our relationship. The franchise agreement between the franchisor and franchisees, Taco Bell specific, which is the one I'm most versed in, is ironclad. And there's a list of things that you're able to use, and you're held accountable to that.
Okay. At the meeting that you had a few weeks ago, right? What is being discussed on the corporate level? Like, obviously, Starbucks has taken the lead in the industry. Is Taco Bell responding simply to local ordinances that come up, or are they thinking about actually transitioning to more sustainable, biodegradable?
So the Taco Bell is taking the approach, from what we've been told, to not have a knee-jerk reaction and change just to go along with what others have done or what municipalities state they have to do. They're looking at, what do we do to solve the problem of single-use plastic globally within the brand? That was the statement that was made.
Okay, good. So it's part of the discussion corporate-wide.
And we're not privy to, all the discussions that they have internally, but that was what was stated to the entire franchise community last week.
Sure.
Hi, Bill McDermott again. We just wanted to clarify a couple things to make sure that we understand the perspective of the commission and of staff. And I would defer to the city attorney a little bit on this, being what the application is actually requesting and how that kind of ties back into this point of discussion, and if they kind of really relate. The expectation and the goal of creating, this kind of spark is admirable, but the question I would have is one location enough? Has the city looked at mandating for every restaurant that comes in to do this and creating a citywide mandate so that we're not being the only ones? We're not just the guinea pigs, because we're here for a request to allow us to dine outdoors with beverages, but instead, if it's a citywide issue, I think that you have the opportunity to make a bigger mark than just one Taco Bell that is going to move much slower because of the ship that Eric has to turn with paddles instead of a big old engine. That would be my suggestion. Again, we would like to focus really what we're here for this evening, what that use permit is, and I would defer 100% to city council or to city's attorney, but I just wanted to make sure that we're turning the boat the right way and we're turning it the way that it can actually happen. So,
yeah, I'd like to give the city attorney a chance to chime in.
Thank you, Chair. Denise Bazzano from the City Attorney's Office. I just would remind the Commission of what is so aptly put in the staff report at page 11, that the condition must bear a rational nexus to the reason for requiring the permit, and the condition must also be roughly proportional to the impact of the development project. So whatever conditions this Commission imposes has to have a nexus to the permit that is sought. And so my concern would be that some sort of condition relating to food serviceware may not meet that standard, and we would need to evaluate that. Additionally, I would just point out to this Commission that food serviceware is already addressed in the municipal code, so there are already regulations in place for restaurants within the city relating to food serviceware, and I understand that Council will be considering amendments to that regulation shortly, but there's already regulations in the municipal code currently relating to food serviceware by restaurants.
Thank you. All right, we've got two more lights. Commissioner Kraske.
Your microphone. Sure, go ahead. One's working. Yeah, just had a comment about design. I noticed you guys removed the willow trees out in the front of the property along the parking lot. Do you guys have any plans to revegetate that area? Or are you going to leave it like it is?
No, the plan would be to resurface the entirety of the parking lot. And I'm not familiar with what a willow tree is. But there will be landscaping that is done along with the remodel to make sure that that property looks like a world-famous Taco Bell.
Commissioner Gordon.
You know what, I'll have the conversation during deliberations.
Excellent. All right. I don't see any more lights. I don't see any more questions for the applicant. Thank you. Stay close. I imagine we might have more. All right. At this point, I want to open this item up for public hearing. If anyone wishes to speak, fill out the orange cards in the back. You'll have 3 minutes. As it stands right now, I've got one card, and that is, well, Mr. Big Stick, I'm not going to even try to pronounce and mangle your first name.
Simpler than it looks. Good evening, Honorable Commission. I am Tiger Jazz, Twirls Big Stick of Pacifica. Tiger Works. Good evening. So I heard our city attorney mention the term nexus, and I just want to immediately jump on the bandwagon because, I don't know, about 10 years back, it feels like 10 years, I could get exact if I search my memory, I don't have the time. My mentor and predecessor at my place of business died of cancer. Liver cancer, not alcohol related, but that's what it was. And as I did research into why it is suddenly so many people who I know and love are dying of cancer, the obvious thing that occurred to my sensibility was, well, the petroleum industry, which creates plastic and all of the byproducts created by plastic, then is dumping a bunch of poison into the atmosphere, the water, the soil, thereby our food system. And so it seems like plastic is a huge chunk of where all that cancer and the BPAs, blah, 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 must be coming from. And then, of course, the omega-3s are found in the fish, and so you eat the fish in order to offset the cancer, and then since all of it gets found into the ocean where the fish are nibbling on the plastics, and we eat the plastics in the fish, and then do those omega-3s have the desired effect. Nexus, intoxicated persons don't necessarily make the best judgment, and if you have a bunch of intoxicated persons on an outside patio, they may not be able to make it into a garbage can, in which case having compostable items ready to go means that any compostable items that get tossed upon our beaches and inevitably get swept out into our oceans will not proliferate the cancer that is my concern. So that might be a possible nexus from one perspective. So thank you for ardently talking about plastics. Actually, I hadn't intended on bringing that up. I was more interested in the trash thing in general, because I'm new to this, so easements and 18 inches, I'm not sure what it means, but I know that at the last council meeting, there was a lot of discussion about whether or not there were trash cans lately being taken away from Taco Bell as they were remodeling. And I just wanted to suggest that we make sure that there are ample trash receptacles and recycling receptacles available, that certainly none be taken away, and maybe even any that are thought of to be taken away are replaced in a nearby location. And then after that, I just had a nostalgic moment because I've been living in Pacifica my entire life, 35 years plus, and that building is rather iconic. And I just wanted to suggest it would be pleasant if that iconic, nostalgic, historical building could maintain its character to whatever extent possible. I think that a lot of us who have been living here forever really love it as is and would like that incorporated into the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Butler.
Hello. Well, I first would like to say that in my dream world, that place would not actually be a Taco Bell. I can, you know, I would like maybe some kind of an organic, homegrown, free-range sort of thing. But the fact is, it's a Taco Bell, and they're not going to sell it to anybody else. Let's face it, it's going to be a Taco Bell. So that being said, I think the idea of allowing them to have alcohol there, I think is a good idea. I think that it adds to the draw that our city has. It's, you know, we already have the coolest Taco Bell in the country. It's like the tallest midget, but anyhow, it is pretty cool. And to be able to have a drink there on that deck, I gotta say, it would be a wonderful place to be. I'm not even sure if the deck is gonna be a place where it's allowed, but I think it should be allowed on the deck because that's where I would want to personally be having a beverage there. So anyhow, I think that the ideas that Lynn Adams had for the trash and the you know, recyclability and those kind of things, I think those are all great. I think using this as an opportunity to get Taco Bell to take that stuff more seriously, I think is also wonderful. So I'm all for this plan, and I hope that you can let it go through as easily as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any more cards up here, so I'm going to close public comment and allow the applicant to respond, if the applicant so wishes, to any of the comments.
The one, I appreciate the endorsement. So thank you for that. And two, just to quickly address the trash and make sure that the community is aware that that's a condition that's in here, that we not remove the trash receptacles that we did place on site. And so there's 2 additional receptacles in the back, there's 2 in front of the building, and there are now 3 in the middle of the parking lot and 1 on the easement to the north side. And we have no plans to remove those, and I believe they are in the conditions. So.
All right, well, thank you very much. Okay, at this point, I'm going to close public hearing and bring it back to commission for deliberations. Commissioner Clifford.
Okay, to start with the requested changes, I do not want to delete condition 10. The barrier is proposed to be made of plexiglass, and we're talking about roughly 3 feet wide out of all of that deck area in terms of what would be lost views, but they're not even going to be lost because it's going to be made out of plexiglass. So I don't see any point in taking it out. I like the barrier. I suggested it originally, and I want to keep condition 10 as opposed to what the applicant suggested. Hours of operation, I actually like the way we have it worded and would like to keep that the way it is. The easement issue, I can work with changing condition 17 to match up with the wording that the applicant has put forward. Other than that, I like the project, and I'm in favor of just moving ahead with it.
All right. Since I'm next in line, I will take the opportunity to say that condition number 10, I think, should stay. Maybe if we were talking about everything being compostable, so if it blew on the beach, I'd change my mind, but since that's not going to be the case, I think it stays. Maybe we could revisit it later if national policy changes on the Taco Bell side. Condition 14, I think I was fine with what Taco Bell proposed, but I'd be open for more comment on that. I just didn't see the danger. And condition 17, I'm amenable to Taco Bell change, and otherwise, I'd be in support of the project. Commissioner Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. Let's see. So I'm going to follow up with what some of us up here were talking about in terms of seeking to have some changes in terms of the biodegradability or compostability of the cutlery and the cups and so on. And Council raised the issue of nexus, and I'd like to address that directly since I don't really see it's not a very tough connection to make. If you think about the scope of what's being requested, it's to serve alcohol out on the deck of the only restaurant in Pacifica that is actually situated on a beach. It's a windy area. I can see granting this permit will have, obviously it'll result in increased usage of that outdoor deck for not only drinking beer, but eating your food with your beer. It just seems like ultimate common sense if you can have people outside outside in the middle of a beach, not in the middle of a beach, but on a restaurant that's situated on the beach, uniquely in Pacifica, you would want the cups that the beer is being served in to be as close to biodegradable as possible. The cutlery, it seems like just given the location of the location of the restaurant specifically, it's outdoors. Last I checked, there's a lot of wind on the beach, so the possibility of things blowing, I just think it makes a lot of sense to try to have the means of drinking and consuming out there be as environmentally friendly as possible, since it's right by the ocean. So anyway, so in terms of nexus, I think the argument can be made. I also see this as a really great opportunity to how many times have I heard a corporate representative come before us and go, oh, I don't know if we can really do that, and I don't mean to at all disrespect the applicant, because I thought he was a wonderful person, and And also, it's worth acknowledging all the changes that have been made already voluntarily. It's excellent. But I also see this as a great opportunity to push, we get to, we're granting a benefit, we're granting something to this franchisee. It's our opportunity to ask something in return. And I think that should be, the details can be worked out, but there's a lot of opportunity to request that they move toward more compostable material, biodegradable cutlery, compostable cups, recyclable beer cups. And so that leads me to my next question, which is, was there a discussion about having an annual review or having them come back in 12 months in order to evaluate the conditions? So it seems to me that I would be in favor of voting for this application if there was also a condition that laid out some requirements that needed to be met within that by the time that annual review came up. That would give, I think, the franchisee a motivation to, I understand that it takes a long time to move that ship, but 12 months, I think, is plenty of time to check out your supply chains. And other restaurants are doing this all over the country, so I don't think it's that much of a hardship. Anyway, so I would be in favor of a condition that spelled out more clearly the goals that we're talking about, and link that to something that we'd look at on the annual review. So that's my comment. And, if I welcome it, if council has anything to say about that, that's fine.
Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. Denise Bazzano, again, Assistant City Attorney. So I would just respond that the use permit is for the use of the outdoor seating area. That's what we're looking at tonight. And so I would agree with you that a concern that is related to the use permit would be trash, excess litter in the area. And the conditions that are imposed could reasonably relate to that concern, trash. But I think that the difficulty becomes finding that rough proportionality, that rational nexus with food service ware, because the overriding concern is trash, litter on the beach, and that would be addressed appropriately through the conditions. But food service ware and the compostability of food service ware is addressed already in the municipal code regulations. So there are already requirements placed on the restaurant relating to what types of food service ware can be used. So I would say that the nexus it would be difficult to make between the type of food service ware that is being utilized and the applicant's request to use the outdoor area for dining purposes.
So let me get this straight. So you're saying that we are prohibited from from addressing an issue that's already been addressed in the municipal code we're not able to go any further than that? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that issue has already been addressed by the municipal code.
And so that means that we're not able to address it here, you're saying?
The applicant is already obliged to comply with the language in the municipal code. So there's no need to place additional burdens on the applicant because he's already obliged to comply with the municipal code.
So you're saying, because I'm actually not aware of what's in the municipal code with respect to...
So it's in section 6-5.401, and I can read it very quickly if you'd like.
That would be great. Thanks.
So there's a lot of definitions, and I won't read you those definitions, but hang on. Okay. All food vendors using any disposable food serviceware, and that is defined, shall use biodegradable, compostable, reusable, or recyclable food serviceware, which is also defined. All food vendors are strongly encouraged to use reusable food serviceware in place of using disposable food serviceware for all food served on premises. A food vendor may price its products or services to customers in a manner to cover any cost differential, and that's in section 6-5.403A.
I really appreciate you reading that. So are you saying that basically what I'm trying to get them to do, it's already being required in the municipal code? Because
I think so. But, you know.
I just couldn't, I appreciated you, I was trying to listen closely.
Yes.
And I was trying to get a sense of, are there teeth there? Or is it more like,
right,
do the best you can, and we understand?
Right.
Or is it, you must do this?
So it does require that all food vendors use disposable food serviceware shall use biodegradable, compostable, reusable, or recyclable food serviceware. And food serviceware includes cups, lids, straws, etc. Now, again, this is an issue that council considered at a couple work sessions, and the direction from council was to bring back an amendment to this section. So that has not yet come before council, so this section may change in the near future.
Do you know the nature of the amendment being considered?
Yes, so the direction from council was to make it more strict in its type of enforcement.
Jeez.
In its application.
It's a really good point you're raising. I'm sorry.
And biodegradable. They wanted to model after Santa Monica, the Santa Monica ordinance, which is fairly strict.
That's great. In a sense, you're right. So what I'm trying to get them to do is already being required of them under a municipal code, and in fact it's going to get stronger.
Or yes, or they will be subject to further regulations at some point in the future.
Thank you.
That's great. I was going to make the suggestion that if they didn't do something like that, we required the plexiglass to surround the whole outside patio until if after a year the trash was too much, but maybe we don't need it. Commissioner Kraske. Oh, stale light?
No, Rubenstein.
Oh, not Kraske, Rubenstein, sorry.
So I'd be comfortable proceeding with the following conditions. Leaving 10 the way it is, not removing that. For 11, adding banners or temporary signage to the permanent signage there. Considering the applicant's inability to make changes to the biodegradable cutlery and whether there's a nexus or not, I'd be comfortable limiting the alcohol service hours on the outdoor deck from 10 to 10, 7 days a week. I think that's reasonable. That could change in the future if things change over there. And I'm open to discussion about that, but I think making it very simple and limited makes sense to me, especially outdoors. Nobody needs to be drinking beer at 7 a.m. on the beach there, right? And it's and 10 seems fine on a weekend anyway. So, and then so that's condition 14. Condition 17, I think we're in agreement that can remain as it is, or as the applicant suggests. And then I don't have any further comment on the biodegradable issue. I don't think there's anything we can do right now to enforce that, it sounds like.
All right. I think I'm already on record as supporting a midnight hour from the last meeting, so I'm going to stick with that. But Commissioner Kraske.
Yeah, I mean, I would just get back to the hours operation discussion. I would like to see the hours operation from 10 till 10. All things considered, since you guys aren't willing to pursue the biodegradable product route, I think the 10 to 10 hours operations is fair. What else? Yeah.
I was 10 to 10 for alcohol service on the deck.
Yeah.
Commissioner Nevlin.
So I guess I'll start with the hours of operation. I had originally been concerned about the notion of operation till 2 in the morning. I thought that was frankly excessive. I really don't, I suppose, have a problem with midnight, candidly. I think that if last call were 11:30, midnight would be acceptable to me. I do think that 2 was too late, but I'm understanding that's not even a theoretical possibility at this point. I think 10 may be a little early for, at least for weekends. Perhaps other days of the week, we might, I could see, 10 o'clock making some sense. But on Friday or Saturday night, it seems like midnight is probably not, I'm not out that late, but other people are. So, that may be something I'd be okay with. I'd frankly be okay with midnight, just as a matter of throughout the week, but I could certainly see some compromise on other days. Certainly appreciate the conversation between Commissioner Gordon and others and the city attorney. I would be inclined to defer to the city attorney's analysis with respect to nexus, recognizing that certainly case can be made to the contrary. But it strikes me that in some ways it's better to have people eating on the deck than eating on the beach, and there's really nothing you could do to stop people from taking food if they didn't have the deck, and eating on the beach and littering perhaps there, which they could still do, but having the deck available, I think, frankly, keeps the trash closer to the restaurant. Might be frankly a win in of itself. I am fine with leaving condition 10 in, notwithstanding the request to remove it. Somebody had made a suggested edit to condition 11. Maybe a couple people did, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the proposed change to condition 14, recognizing we've got to sort of figure out what we want to do with respect to the operating hours. And then the request as to condition 17, I don't feel too terribly strongly. I could go, whatever way people care to on that. So I'm in support of the project, though.
Okay, Commissioner Clifford.
Going back to the hours of alcohol service in the outdoor seating area, Friday and Saturday from 7 a.m. to 11:30 sounds fine to me. There might actually be somebody who works nights who comes in at 7 in the morning, and a beer is perfectly appropriate for them. I mean, I used to work nights, I know. So, I don't have a problem with that, I actually don't have a problem with the hours as conditioned already. I don't see any real need to change them.
Yeah, I didn't get that in my comments. I'm okay with the hours as proposed. Commissioner Gordon.
Can you, in terms of the hours as proposed, I got confused. What are they right now? What are we looking at? Can anyone say?
The hours of operation are 7 to 10:30 p.m. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and 7 to midnight on Friday and Saturday. And then the hours of alcohol service, last call is half an hour before closing time on those two.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm okay with that, those hours. I did have a question for staff, and it's on my favorite subject, recyclable cutlery. So let's say so it sounds like there's a municipal code, or there's already a law on the books that says if you're a restaurant in Pacifica and you're serving food, your cutlery must be recyclable at the very least. Is that right? Including cups. Is that right? Okay, so what happens? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. You were going to say something.
For, I believe the code is required for takeaway. I mean, it's required for takeaway, but not for interior dining.
Oh.
So it says all food vendors are strongly encouraged to use reusable food serviceware in place of using disposable food serviceware for all food served on premises.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a requirement for to-go, but it's just an encouragement. It's just it's a friendly, come on, if it's a... And it sounds like where Taco Bell, so where does Taco Bell fall in terms of, is that an on-premises or is that a to-go? Which category does that fall into?
Well, it would be included in the definition of food vendor, and so for food serviceware that is given to somebody who's taking the meal off premises, they would have to comply with the municipal code language relating to disposable food serviceware.
I see. Because it sounds like what the franchisee was saying is that they don't comply in terms of cups, beer cups, and, well, beer cups, by definition, would be not to go. So let's strike that. But in terms of cutlery for to-go orders, they're not providing that. So what's the next step for the city then to enforce that?
Well, I think, primarily the city would want to educate the restaurant about the language in the municipal code. I believe, just in listening to the previous council work sessions, that there may be a lot of restaurants within Pacifica that aren't aware of this municipal code language. So I think the city's first step would be to educate the restaurant regarding the language in the municipal code. And then the city manager is entitled to enforce the provisions of the municipal code if that education does not succeed in changing or having the restaurant comply with the provisions of the municipal code.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any lights on at the moment. Commissioner Kraske.
Question with the annual review, is that a condition? Have we still agreed upon that?
Yes.
Condition 19.
Okay, 19.
Yeah, I don't know. If trash becomes a significant issue out there and the wind's blowing and stuff's blowing on the beach, I guess we look at this in a year and I don't know. Some things we could do. Plexiglass could go up on more portions of the outside patio, I imagine.
Okay.
Well, I don't see any more lights for. So, anyone have any thoughts on the commission as to what they want to do next here?
Am I supposed to actually be thinking?
All right.
I would make a motion with the restricted hours, so if you don't want to have that motion, somebody else should make a motion.
Why don't you go ahead and make a motion, see if you can get a second, and what happens?
Okay. So I would make a motion to those changes in the conditions of approval to number 10 stays the same, 11 includes the temporary signage or banners, 14 would be outdoor service from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week, and condition 17, as amended by the applicant, would be fine. And condition 10 remains.
Yeah, I'd second that motion.
Before, excuse me, Denise Bazzano, City Attorney's Office. Before a vote is taken on this item, I have some concerns with the amendment to condition 11. So just for clarification, what are you asking the condition to be amended to?
So permanent signs and banners, temporary signage. I'm thinking typical Taco Bell type printed material advertising alcohol outside the restaurant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Commissioner Kraske.
Yeah, I'd second that motion.
Commissioner Gordon, did you?
No.
All right. Well, we've had a motion and a second. Please vote. Well, it passed. All right. Congratulations. You have an approved project. Anyone aggrieve? by the action of the Planning Commission, has 10 calendar days to appeal this decision in writing to the City Council. All right. Onward. We have a new public hearing. This one is for a site development permit and use permit for construction of an approximately 5,900 square foot single-family residence on an 86,000 square foot, or roughly 2 acre, vacant lot at 4096 Fassler Avenue, also known as Lot D of the Harmony at 1 subdivision. The recommended CEQA action is development of the lot was reviewed in the Harmony at 1 Roberts Road subdivision first environmental impact report, certified by the Planning Commission on October 15th, 2007, and certified by the City Council on November 13th, 2007. So the recommended action tonight is to approve as conditioned. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Senior Planner Christian Murdoch. I'm joined in my presentation this evening by Contract Planner Ranu Agarwal, who contributed significantly to preparation of this report. The item before you relates to development permits for construction of a single-family residence on a 1.99 acre lot at the eastern end of the Harmony at 1 subdivision. The project would comply with all applicable development standards, including Hillside Preservation District or HPD coverage standards. The site would not, however, comply with all applicable conditions of approval imposed on the Harmony at 1 subdivision project by the Planning Commission when it was approved in 2007. There has been disagreement between staff and the applicant throughout the processing of this application as to whether the site is part of the Harmony at 1 subdivision, and as a related matter, which, if any, conditions of approval from the Harmony at 1 subdivision project are applicable to the subject site, Lot D. Staff has included in the staff report its analysis of the matter and evidence which it believes convincingly supports a conclusion that Lot D was part of the Harmony at 1 subdivision project and is subject to some, but not all, conditions of approval applicable to the subdivision. Staff's analysis concluded that conditions of approval numbers 1 through 2, 4 through 21, 26 through 30, 33 through 35, 38 through 56, and 58 through 79 of the Harmony at 1 subdivision are applicable to the subject site, Lot D. These conditions of approval are included as attachment I to the staff report, starting on packet page 298. Staff does not believe compliance with these conditions of approval will present a hardship to the applicant or materially affect the project design, with the exception of conditions number 2 and 4. Condition number 2 indicates that all residential units shall be 4,300 square feet in area. Condition number 4 restricts fencing to living and natural fencing in locations near the homes as a pet, child, or personal yard enclosure not to exceed 2,000 square feet, and no fencing or tree lining of the overall property line shall be permitted. The proposed project is 5,899 square feet in floor area and has proposed fencing around most of the property line, enclosing roughly 79,000 square feet of the site area. Staff believes it is possible to construct a single-family residence of the size proposed by the applicant while still remaining consistent with the overall intent of the Harmony at 1 project and with the Certified Environmental Impact Report, or EIR. This is because of the high-quality project design, architecture, and materials, and the reduction in height and impervious surface area on the site from those which were considered in the EIR. However, staff believes substantial changes to the proposed fencing are necessary to achieve compliance with the intent of the Harmony at 1 approvals. Staff has included a recommended condition of approval which would limit fencing to the front setback area and would allow such fencing in the front setback to be installed along the front property line. Yet it would limit fence height to 4 feet, provided the fence qualifies as an open work fence as defined in Municipal Code Section 9-4.2502. The limit otherwise is 3 feet in height. The proposed condition would require the fence to be a wooden split rail fence or similar design which has a rustic aesthetic to the satisfaction of the planning director, and would allow additional fencing outside of the front setback in the area surrounding the pool and spa to serve as a pool barrier in accordance with applicable requirements in state law. Such fencing would be consistent with the front setback fence to the maximum extent practicable while still complying with the technical requirements for design for a pool barrier to the satisfaction of the planning director and building official. The height of the pool barrier would be allowed to exceed 4 feet if that is the minimum height required to comply with state law. The pool barrier may be installed around the patio and lawn area adjacent to the pool and spa, inward of the proposed bioswale shown on sheet L100 of attachment J of the staff report, for an enclosed area not to exceed 6,000 square feet. Should the commission agree with staff's assessment of the allowable maximum floor area and revised fencing proposal, the commission's action to approve the project would include granting amendments to the Harmony at 1 conditions of approval, numbers 2 and 4, as described in more detail in the attached draft resolution of approval. Lastly, development of the subject site, Lot D, was reviewed in the certified EIR prepared during the 2007 project approval. Staff has evaluated the proposed project in light of the 2007 EIR and found that no new potentially significant environmental impacts would result from the project, which were not already identified and mitigated in the 2007 EIR. Therefore, staff has included a recommended condition of approval requiring compliance with the mitigation monitoring and reporting program of the 2007 EIR, which can be found as attachment M of the staff report on packet page 374. To conclude, staff recommends adopting the attached resolution to approve planned development permit PSD 822-17 and use permit UP-87-17, subject to conditions, and finding the development of the project consistent with the development of the site reviewed in the certified EIR from 2007. Thank you, and staff is available to answer any of the commission's questions.
All right, questions for staff.
Chair?
Commissioner Cliff, thank you. Yes.
If we could take a break just for a second, I wanted to make sure Commissioner Stedgink had the opportunity to hear the entire deliberation, and it's fine that he missed the staff report, which is a summary of the written report.
He'll be here in 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll go use the bathroom.
Let's take a break. 5-minute break, everyone. Thank you.
Sir. I think you're right. It's going to be more like, we said 11 o'clock.
It's a great question. I've been hearing about this. I've been listening to you talk about this for a long
Okay, we're going to bring back the meeting to order. Where's my gavel?
Oh my God, you did it. Yes. Gavel. That's great.
All right.
Never seen that done. How do you know it was there?
That's on. Is that on? Yeah.
Thanks, Vice Chair. All right, we're back, and back at the dais is... Introduce yourself so you say you're back now.
Commissioner Stechnik, thank you very much. And as a disclosure, I have met with the applicant, Javier Chavera, discussing this project. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we just finished staff report, and we're going on to questions for staff. So, Commissioner Clifford.
Okay, I've got a substantial list, so I'll get to it quickly here. Can the Planning Commission make changes to the conditions number 2 and 4 that only affect Lot 2? I don't want to set any precedents for the rest of the projects.
Well, it's my opinion that it can. The commission, after a public hearing, imposed those conditions, and the commission, after a public hearing, in this case tonight, in my opinion, could grant an amendment to those conditions applicable only to this lot.
Thank you. In terms of HPD specific parking requirements, it says 2 covered and 2 uncovered. Is that the maximum, the minimum? I'm seeing it interpreted as the minimum, but I wasn't clear that that was the case.
The code is silent. It does not in my reading, indicate maximum or minimum. And typically, these standards are provided as minimums, and that's the way that staff has interpreted this provision. The commission, upon its reading, may reach a different conclusion in interpreting the code.
I'm thinking in terms of HPD, meaning Hillside Preservation District, and putting more parking is sort of counterintuitive to preserving the hillside. How large is the turf-covered area? How many square feet? I see you all busy looking. I did, in my reading in the staff report, I saw it only as a percentage of 17 point something of the entire lot, but I didn't know what that actually calculated out to.
I don't think that we have the figure available for the turf area alone. We do have a figure for impervious surface, which is limited to 9.2% of the site, meaning the balance of the site would be impervious or rather pervious surface, including landscaping and natural vegetation. The turf would be comprised in that roughly 90% of the site that is pervious, but as far as what proportion of that is comprised by turf, we don't have that figure.
The reason I asked that is in the for the 2014 project, the turf had to be less than 2,000 square feet. So it would be handy to know how much turf is actually part of this project. Were any vehicles parked in the cul-de-sac during the September 19th test for fire safety?
No.
Okay, so how does painting the curbs red make it any easier for a truck, a ladder truck, to get through there than not painting them? I mean, it's already having a difficult time getting through there based on the staff report.
Well, it is my understanding of the fire department's concerns that by painting the curbs red and installing no parking signage in accordance with the fire code, it would provide a legally enforceable mechanism for the fire department to ensure that vehicles are not parked there, further narrowing the cul-de-sac and rendering it unmaneuverable entirely. The apparatus was able to make it around the cul-de-sac with great difficulty without any cars parked, and so by having no parking signage properly installed, providing an enforceable mechanism, it would serve to prevent parking in the future.
Is there any reason why they didn't just require either the 60-foot Y or the 120-foot hammerhead? I mean, we're talking 2 acres of land up there. Why isn't that on the table?
I was not able to find any information in the record of the Harmony at 1 project review and approval that indicated how a cul-de-sac narrower than 96 feet in diameter, as would otherwise be required by the fire code, was approved for the project. With that said, we're reviewing the circumstances as it exists today, and with it being narrower than 96 feet in diameter, we are suggesting the condition of approval to prohibit parking to ensure that the limited radius that's there is preserved.
Could we also condition it to have either a Y or a hammerhead in addition to painting the curbs red?
It's difficult for me to remark on the feasibility of constructing that. There are not only legal considerations about who owns what property, given that the subdivision at this point is approved, and only the cul-de-sac area was reserved for common use. The property touching it on all sides of the cul-de-sac is privately owned now by different owners, And so unless that design was able to be accommodated entirely on the project site, I'm not sure it would be a legally enforceable requirement. Secondly, I'm not sure if sufficient HPD coverage would remain to construct such a large fire apparatus turnaround at this stage without significantly revising the project to reduce coverage and transfer it to the turnaround.
Okay, thank you. What is the minimum height of a pool barrier? It was mentioned to build it to the minimum height, but there was no mention of what that height is.
It's been some time since I checked. I believe it's 5 feet, and there are additional specific standards about steps that may be at the bottom of it. So it's essentially a 5-foot clear height so that a child would not be able to climb over it. I believe it's 5 feet in my recollection, but I'm not 100% certain.
Okay, final question, and that is, can we get a list of the incomplete subdivision improvements? It says it would be approved with the engineering department okaying that all the additional unfinished improvements are actually made, but I don't know what those improvements are.
Well, those matters are a ministerial matter for staff to be concerned with to ensure completion. I do have a punch list prepared by the engineering division. I'd be happy to provide it if the commissioners would pass it along for reference. It concerns various issues such as subdivision monuments related to the surveying, slurry sealing streets, verifying stormwater basin calculations, and the like, very technical engineering type improvements that remain.
And this doesn't have anything to do with the trees that were supposed to be planted, or?
There are a small number of non-technical type subdivision improvements, but those are not a part of the subdivision improvement agreement. Given their non-engineering type improvements, those are general conditions of approval type requirements that the city staff and the planning department is ensuring completion
and that, will those also be on the table in terms of actually being able to finalize this project? It's specified that the engineering department has to finalize their stuff. Will the planning department have to finalize their stuff also?
Oh, yes, we are in contact with the representative for the property owner, who is continuing in the role as the subdivider to ensure those improvements are completed. And we have received a landscape plan recently within the last 2 to 3 weeks. So they are making progress, albeit slowly, at working towards completion of those items.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Kraske.
Oh, I think
maybe that was my line. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to drill down really quickly, Mr. Murdoch, and maybe this is appropriately for the city attorney as well. Just sort of wanted to check my understanding of sort of the parties' respective positions with respect to whether or not Lot D was or wasn't a part of the Harmony at One final subdivision map, and whether it really makes any difference, frankly, because I'm understanding from looking at the material that it's possible that we'll get some testimony this evening that perhaps this Lot D was not part of the subdivision. I certainly see the city staff's layout of why it is that Lot D was part of the Harmony at One subdivision. I guess in my own mind it was kind of more relevant the extent to which this particular lot is controlled by the conditions of approval rather than whether or not it actually is or isn't part of the subdivision per se. There's a letter that we have in the packet here from an attorney with Duane Morris, a law firm that sort of deals in land use matters, and makes some claims regarding sort of the department's past practice or the past position with respect to the lot in particular. It's at packet page 228 that I'm looking. And also makes some assertions that our position is directly contrary to the maps, again, in the positions that we've taken in writing in the past with respect to the property. And so I looked at that, and then I also, again, looked at the fact that there's perhaps Mr. Chavarria, who's going to speak to, or sort of his understanding of whether or not this particular lot is part of the subdivision. And then, as I looked at the conditions of approval themselves, which I'm understanding are at page 257 of the packet, at 2H, and it just appears to me, as I look at sort of the articulation of the various permits that were actually granted at that time, it doesn't really appear to me critical one way or the other whether or not we determine that this particular lot was or wasn't part of the subdivision, if it appears clear that the conditions of approval were intended to apply to the permits at issue, in particular the use permit and the site development permit. So I just was wondering about your own kind of reflections on that, and whether it's really ultimately critical that we sort of make a determination that this particular lot is or isn't part of the subdivision, if in fact it appears clear that the conditions of approval were intended to apply to the lot, if I'm making myself clear.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that the operative question is whether or not the conditions of approval, which would require the commission to grant an amendment to those conditions to approve the project as proposed, are truly applicable in the commission's opinion. I think it's important that we clarify in general whether this is a lot that is part of the subdivision or not. But I think we have convincing evidence on our own that it is, including the legal description of the lot itself, references Lot D of the Harmony at 1 subdivision map. And so I think that we would not hold out, and insist on a resolution by the commission. I think we feel confident in our own resolution of that question. More to the point, it was whether the conditions of approval are applicable, which would prevent this property from developing in the way this applicant desired.
Well, and I think that was my point, is that it doesn't appear to me that it appears to me that the conditions of approval from 2007 were intended to apply to the extent relevant to Lot D. Whether or not Lot D is part of the subdivision, I prefer not to spend an extended period of time arguing over an issue that might or might not make any particular difference as to whether or not the conditions of approval apply.
Certainly. I think that we sought to include that information in the record, in response to the correspondence we had with the attorney from Duane Morris, Mr. Dennis Schenniger, because it's a very important supporting fact to suggest that the conditions of approval do apply, because if it is part of the subdivision, then I think it makes that analytical leap that much simpler to believe that the conditions of approval would rightly apply. Right. But whether or not it is or is not, I think there's also ample evidence that the conditions of approval are applicable.
Well, I would just note that on page 257, it's very specific that these permits, and they're referencing the permits in the, I guess, first full paragraph after the sort of salutation to Stewart and Tate. The permits are listed, including a use permit and a site development permit. The next sentence thereafter notes that these permits are approved subject to the following conditions. And we have lots of conditions. Again, I'm not really that concerned about whether or not this particular parcel is or isn't a part of the subdivision, given that it's very clear that these conditions apply to those permits. Anyway.
Agreed. Thank you.
All right. We have here, it's not you, Commissioner Clifford. Commissioner Rosenstein, do I have the right light? Sorry.
No, it's not mine.
Oh, Stednick, sorry.
No worries, we switched microphones back.
I got the lights mixed up now.
My question is for the city attorney on there. Are we to make a decision based on the staff report recommendation or federal California evidence rules?
I'm not clear which federal evidence rules you're citing.
Let's go California in terms of recorded documents purporting to affect interests in land. Apparently that's an exception to best evidence.
So those rules, those formal rules of evidence don't necessarily apply to these hearings. Staff has made a recommendation based on its review of the relative documents and the history of the project, and with guidance from council. And obviously the Planning Commission can consider that recommendation, but can deliberate and choose to go a different route than staff's recommendation.
Okay, but as the document stands now, it would be the recorded document that was supreme, correct?
Well, so staff, one of the documents that staff is, well, two of the documents that staff is relying on is the final subdivision map, which was recorded, in addition to the conditions of approval, which was also recorded against the title on the property.
And they're in conflict, or they're both I see on 157, there is clear evidence in the record that the subject site, Lot D, was part of the Harmony Yacht 1 subdivision.
Right, so both the subdivision map and the conditions of approval are recorded against the property, the parcel.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more questions for staff at this moment, so I'm going to invite the applicant up. You've got 10 minutes to present your project.
Just want to start off by saying thanks to Christian for all his hard work throughout the last few months, and to the commission for all your service in Pacifica. Before jumping into the project and maybe the issue at Harmony, just thought it would make sense to talk a little bit about Sylvia and myself, since we had a sort of unique desire to move to Pacifica. We made this decision, as you can see, we have a growing family now. We've been in the Bay Area for about 6 years. Both huge outdoor enthusiasts, love being in nature, spend most of our weekends here hiking with our dog or surfing in Lindemar. And so it was sort of, came to the realization, I'd say about 2 years ago, wait, why don't we live here? This is a perfect place to raise our family. And so since then, sort of embarked on this journey. You know, just given sort of our interest, it's important for us to live in an environmentally conscious way. I'm on the board of the San Francisco Bay Wildlife Society. It's a nonprofit that supports the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service here in the Bay Area, raises funds for the National Wildlife Refuges here in the Bay Area. And so, you know, it's actually a big reason why we picked our architect, Ray. He is experienced at working in coastal communities throughout the Northwest, specifically the San Juan Islands. So our design was very much focused on being sustainable, environmentally friendly, and I think a good architecture for a coastal community. So I'll let Ray discuss the project a little bit more, but as it pertains to the issue that's obviously top of mind with Harmony, when we put our savings into this lot, we obviously did a huge amount of legal review associated with that. And you know, we spoke to the former owners who you hear from tonight. We spoke to the Harmony developers, and keep in mind, we bought this as a private lot, not from the Harmony developer. And a big part of our sort of confidence in doing that and knowing that we weren't part of the conditions of approval was reviewing the 2014 and 2007 approvals. And in both of those, the conditions of approval that were applied to the lot were entirely different than Harmony and listed out entirely different. So for example, in 2014, the house that was approved had a fence, you know, it had an asphalt driveway. And in those, in that meeting, which luckily is on YouTube, and we obviously had a chance to watch that, good thing these are all filmed, you know, there was a robust discussion, does this approval set precedent for Harmony? And the commission at the time, I think many of you were in the room, decided that this was not part of Harmony. It doesn't set any precedent for any other approvals at Harmony. And it was very articulate about that. And so going through that sort of diligence process before we put, you know, made the move to buy the lot was a big part of our confidence in coming to this conclusion. So I would just say our stance on that is, you know, we do take issue with the city's stance on that specific issue. But that being said, we're very appreciative of Christian's recommendation to support the project with certain amendments. And on the fencing, for example, we're happy to comply. Our main concern around that was just security for us. But I'm sure there's ways we can work around that are sort of more visual friendly for the city. So I guess that's sort of a quick overview. I don't know if Sylvia, you wanted to say anything.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just add, you know, we both grew up in coastal communities. That's, you know, was a big draw of Pacifica for both of us, raising our family with the same, you know, kind of experience that we had. Very committed to the area. I'm a physician who owns a health food company based out of San Mateo. So this, you know, we're here for the long haul and really want to be in this home permanently, and again, just really appreciative of your time tonight.
And I'd say, yeah, I mean, Ray. I'm Ray Johnston. I'm the architect for the project, and we have on your screens a brief interpretive piece on the Planning Commission application for this property adjacent to the Harmony subdivision. Let me see if I can, yay, it's working. I think you all know where it is. So it's just a general vicinity map. It's 380-some feet above Lindemar. It is at the end of the Harmony Lane and adjacent to Fassler Drive. It is a bench that is fairly flat towards the middle of the 2 acres, and it is the largest piece of property in its vicinity. It's bordered by riparian corridor on 3 sides. This is a photograph of the cul-de-sac with the house and garage superimposed. We're planning a very robust landscape program. The bench at the top of the driveway there is 12 feet above the cul-de-sac. The garage is nestled into the hillside, partially buried, green roof. The paving is all permeable paving. I'll show you some pictures of that. And the house is terraced in such a way to minimize its impact on the land below. If you drive up around the garage to the parking area in front of the house, this is what you'll see. There are 3 bars in the plan. One is the living bar to the right, which is 1 story, and then the 2-story bar to the left, which is sleeping and is a little bit taller and still lower than previous permits have been granted for. There are several priorities that we had in mind. Maintain the lack of any view of the house from Fassler Drive. Minimum visibility from Lindemar down below. Limit the footprint of the home on the 2 acres. It is about 6.1% of the house and of the site, the house and the garage, and preserve what's so beautiful about the site. So we've preserved over 53% of the site in native conditions. 16% of the site will be replanted and restored. There was a fair amount of fill located on the site, and so there are a lot of opportunistic plants. A lot of the native landscape environment has kind of been taken over by that, and we plan to restore all of that and provide a nice transition between areas that might be, play areas for Aaron and Sylvie's and themselves and their child, and the riparian corridor around the site. Let's see here. We are intending to build to a LEED Gold standard. We've been, waiting anxiously for this hearing so that we can proceed to define the details of that, but that is a firm intent. And there are many things you'll see in this planning document that are reflective of that. This is the view of the site today, that 12-foot rise from the cul-de-sac. You can see Harmony Lane is fairly broad, has areas that are expanded off to the sides. Once on the site, from about the middle of it, this is what you see looking south. The figure you can see on the right is standing near the edge of the, it's not really a bluff, but the break in the slope to a steeper condition. The upper picture here is moving in towards, might be near the edge of the patio that's proposed, and you can see a person that's just over the edge of that break into the slope, and then looking backwards to the southeast towards the riparian corridor. So this is a view if the photographer went to the north property line and stood near the north corner of the property and looked back towards Lindemar. I think the environmental conditions are such that we have some great opportunities, but also some challenges in terms of managing wind and things, and we have some great strategies for those. It's also a great passive solar site, so we're excited about that LEED Gold standard. These are landscape conditions and passive design conditions. The upper left is a permeable paver. The lower left is a planted bioretention swale, and then there are the various other kinds of landscape that one might see. Here, I'm going to move through these a little quickly because we have about 50 seconds left. So the central clear part is the lawn. You had asked earlier, it's around 6,000 square feet, and then transitions to meadow grasses and native grasses that provide the majority of the site. This is a plan detail that if it's useful to reference later, we can reference. I'd like to say that 30% of that planned footprint is green roof, by the way. These drawings show a section taken from, showing the site and the sight line from Lindemar. These are photographs taken at Lindemar and using the various digital tools we have, showing the house, which is really barely visible there.
And I would just say Ray and both Javier are available to answer any questions you guys have.
So there's a little more there, but if you need it in question and answer, we can talk about it.
Thank you. Actually, we might have some questions. I'm not sure. I don't see any lights on at the moment. There we go. Commissioner Clifford.
Yeah, that's me. Okay. You mentioned that the actual turf is 6,000 square feet?
Yes, it's around 7% of the site.
Okay, so 6,000 square feet.
We'll probably seed plant that rather than turf, by the way.
Okay, and it'll have an irrigation system using gray water, or?
We haven't determined that yet. That's definitely on the plate with the LEED Gold standard, and we are biofiltrating all the stormwater runoff right now from the relatively limited impervious surfaces.
Okay, and the seed stock that you're thinking of using, how much pesticide, fertilizer, so on and so forth, is that going to require?
As little as possible. So we haven't done the technical design yet.
Okay. In terms of, I get that there's a lot of passive solar, and I'm not sure about the wind, but I'm not sure how you're using that. But do you have any plans for an active solar system? And
yes, one of those photographs is a solar thermal system that we've deployed in a number of places, and it's really amazingly effective, and then photovoltaic as well.
Both of those are going to be part of the actual plan.
Well, that's our current plan. We're waiting for this hearing to do the technical design of those systems. But those two, we're considering ground source heat pumps as well. So a variety of systems to make this house highly sustainable.
And what is the main source of heat for the house?
Radiant in-slab heat. So
it's electric or water, or?
That's, there's again, technical design. The solar thermal works especially well with a radiant fluid, and the photovoltaic works especially well with an electric system. So the way photovoltaic is improving and getting better all the time, we've seen a number of projects lean that way because it's a better way to use an energy source that's harvested right on the site.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I'll be looking for.
Yeah.
So, how is the pool and spa heated? And
well, we're doing photovoltaic right now on one project for electric heat for a pool. And we have recently done solar thermal on another project. And so it's really, I think,
so
primary.
One or the other, or a combination of both are going to be on this project?
Probably not both. It will need some heat that is purchased from off-site, but we're energy, but hopefully a very minimal amount, and we can get most of that energy from one of those two sources. Ground source heat pump also can be functional that way, so.
Ground source, okay. And what about cooling? You've got a lot of passive solar, so I'm assuming that there are going to be times on really bright sunny days with long sun exposure. You're going to need some kind of cooling.
We will need a little bit of cooling, yeah. And it'll probably be, what we've been doing recently is energy recovery ventilator and fluid-based cooling system rather than forced air. So that's kind of where we've been targeting it so far and looking for space for equipment.
Possibility of capturing some of that heat and reusing it later, or like
yeah,
in terms of
be nice.
heating your pool and stuff.
Yeah, and the slab helps a lot. The slab on grade rather than a crawl space. So we anticipate that being a little thicker than it would have to be structurally and having insulation underneath it. So that will be a heat sink that will stabilize temperature. We've got a couple feature concrete walls that we are looking at maybe using as well, although that's harder to do, an interior concrete wall and get it to actually act as a heat sink, but it's a potential we have.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have right now.
Okay, Commissioner Stidink.
This is a gigantic house, but it's awful a beautiful house. I see from does your deck match the printouts we were given? Did you have 13 more slides you were going to roll through?
Oh,
roughly?
Might be something like that.
I'm curious per chair, is there a precedent to give the applicant more time? This was an extremely contentious project for 11 years.
Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Okay, so, yeah, where am I? Second. So these are views of the site, and the house is actually in there. We're using dark materials, so it doesn't pop out much, but our goal has been that it not be visible from Fassler, and indeed, as far as we can tell, it is not. This is the landscape plan. So let me see here, because I know you're interested. There, it's working. Okay. So this is that riparian undisturbed corridor, and we've actually done pretty well developing protocols during construction to make sure those areas are not disturbed. And then these are restored areas, the sort of where it's a little yellower. And then this is a meadow grass consistent with the restored area. And then the lawn is really just these little spots right around the house and pool. Driveway here, permeable surfaces up to a parking area that is at the entry to the house. The garage with its green roof. There is one significant tree close in, which is this pine tree, which we are not coming anywhere near. We're cutting and filling in such a way that we will have a braided berm along this edge that will contribute to the privacy from folks that might be out in the riparian corridor and allow us to not have to export soil. Excuse me just a moment. And then on this slide, you'll see the various percentages of native, transitional, lawn, permeable surface, hardscape, and then some of the features of the landscape that I've been describing. This is also a little bit in progress, so these are meant to show you some of the materials that we intend to use. And there are native grasses. There are a couple perennials in here on these three pictures, but most of them are things that will grow well here. Our landscape architect, by the way, grew up in the vicinity, and her brother owns a landscaping firm in the vicinity, so we have some pretty expert advice. This is the kind of nursery grasses that we may use to install in this fashion. So rather than seeding in the restored meadow and those areas, we will be using actual plugs of native grasses that have been grown in the nursery. And the types of, there are a few places we would have stepping stones around the site. You'll recognize a number of these trees, redbud, sycamore, buckeye, a live oak, the Monterey cypress here, short pine, Monterey pine, and coastal redwood. So this is our landscape palette so far. And then this is our material palette, dark stained wood, a cement that has been pigmented to look pretty close to the color of the dirt in this vicinity with a mesa buff pigment. We've done this a few times. I think there's been reference in the staff report and in Aaron's comments to the fence. This was the fence we were thinking of, but as Aaron mentioned, I think we're willing to work with the commission on that. There's a metal roofing called, it's called a number of different names, Cool Zactique, Cool Zinc. It's a treatment that gives the roof, it's darker, not very reflective, but it responds to the light and the time of day, which we like. And then the roof systems will be this sort of construction with beam and decking. These are some of the landscape lights. These are all dark sky light fixtures that we're talking about, landscape light in the paving, just so that that driveway is actually negotiable and it has a little glow so you can see where you're going, down lights that are mounted on the house, and step lights here. And then on the garage, we're serious about planting that frontage so it's covered in vines, and these are some of the techniques that one can use to do that with. And then dark metal, aluminum window system, high performance, as you might suspect, in order to reach that LEED standard. There's weathering steel in a few locations. The interior, this won't be visible from anywhere but maybe the pool area, but that interior flat roof in the central bar will have a glass railing. And then the dark metal and aluminum garage doors with glazing in them. And there's that view from the cul-de-sac, moving up closer into the parking area. The view, if you were hovering above the slope down towards Lindermar, you can't actually stand this high. You wouldn't see that person there if you were standing on the ground in this location. And then the pool and spa yard, and this is the extent of that grass. And that was definitely a matter of discussion and really trying to pare it down to areas that for play and the sorts of things a young family might benefit from. And another view from that side looking north. And I think that's the last image.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kraske, did you have a question? Or is this a stale light?
Yeah. Yeah, I like the project. I support it, especially the high environmental standards being built against. I guess one comment was just about the fence, but I guess it was touched upon a couple times already. One condition of approval was to find an alternative to the metal fencing. What kind of materials were you thinking?
The condition of approval uses as an example a wooden split rail fence, so there may be 4 to 6 inch circular wood member with the open type fencing.
Okay. And how does the applicant feel about that suggestion?
Honestly, I think on that, we're very flexible. Again, the only thing going through our mind was actually security. Obviously, it's a very safe neighborhood, and that's another big draw, but we're on the back side of it, adjacent to just what could be accessed via Fassler. So I think, vegetation, anything that, is less imposing, we're comfortable with. We weren't wed to the fence for any other reason.
All right, thanks.
Quick question. The location of the house, is it basically in the same location as approved back in 2007?
If I remember correctly, it's a little bit deeper into the site from the cul-de-sac. And I think the 2007 house was rotated so that its living room came closer to the edge of the bluff. So if anything, it's maybe pulled away from those two public exposure areas, the cul-de-sac and the slope down to Lindermar.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Commissioner Stejic.
The applicant's architect referred to it as the landscape palette, but it's a slide called Landscape and Surroundings. Some of these I'm familiar with, but are these trees, I'm going to just read them real quick and make sure they're compatible with what we've got, replacing heritage trees, et cetera. Redbud, sycamore, buckeye, those are consistent with what we plant in Pacifica? New?
I'm not familiar with Redbud, but the other ones I've
My question is for the applicant. You know, this is a beautiful home. We had a couple beautiful homes sketched out there at one time or another. I'm curious if you'd entertain a completion bond for this project.
Sorry, could you clarify what that is?
I'm curious if you'd entertain a completion bond guaranteeing that you would complete the project.
Oh yeah. We would love to complete the project, but I don't know exactly what that entails. But I think we would be amenable.
Mr. President, I just note that a performance bond, I guess, is another way that we sometimes talk about these things. I mean, they're not for free. I mean, there actually is a cost associated that's tied to the cost of construction. I'd be sort of concerned about the particular nexus or need. I would not myself be in support of it as a requirement.
Thank you. When we get to discussion, maybe we'll talk about that a bit more and bring you back up.
We anticipate starting as soon as we're able to, you know, work with planning on the building permits and everything. You know, we're eager to move there too, and it's now been 2 years since we purchased almost, so we're ready.
All right, thank you. Well, I don't see any more questions for you. Stay close, we might have some. We're gonna open this up now for public comment. And so I've got 2 cards up here. If anyone wishes to speak, there's cards in the back of the room. You'd come up, bring it to staff, and you'd have 3 minutes. I've got the first person is Javier Chavarria.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Javier Chavarria from JC Engineering, but tonight I'm here as a member of the community, somebody that lives here, somebody that has been involved in this project from day one. And I really would love to see these plans approved, because this family are ready to move into Pacifica, are ready to raise their family in town, are ready to be part of our community. And I just want to say that a project of this nature is going to just get things moving in that hill. There has been a lot of movement. We have another house that is coming on planning, and my client on that specific house is also very eager to move into Pacifica. So as a resident, that's all I have to say. As an engineer that I've been on the project for a long time, I have a lot of the answers to the questions that you may have regarding how we got here. As we all know, the most important document when we start any type of development is a tentative map. So the tentative map incorporated 3 different parcels, and this specific parcel was incorporated on the tentative map only because it had a floating easement that it was coming across 53 acres to access this property. This was a landlocked piece of land. So in order to abandon that easement, that floating easement, and dedicate a new access where the road is, it had to be part of the tentative map. So the signature of the property owner giving authorization for the tentative map was precisely for that redefinition of the access easement into the property. Another important element is on any HPD property that is being developed, it is required by our code to be reclassified as a PD. This property was not reclassified as PD in here and remained as the original agricultural B5 because it was not seen in that approval process as part of the overall process. So those 2 small pieces of information. If you have more questions, as I said, I have a lot of answers, a lot of history on the project, and I'll be happy to, I mean, some of you been also with me along all this process. So please, if there is any question, if any concerns, anything I can be of help for you to feel comfortable approving this project, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next up is William Hassan.
Good evening, folks, commissioners, and planning department people. Geez, it's been, I'm working on my 2nd decade now on this on this project. I'm the previous owner with my wife, Carrie Dunstan, of the property before we found this lovely couple here to become part of the Pacifica community. There's been a lot of discussion on the adjacency of Lot D to the Harmony at One environment, and probably the clearest method of visualizing is actually to look at the video from our last approval meeting that is in the letter that we sent to the planning department. I don't know if the commissioners have been able to read that or see that letter, but we've outlined in there not only the video where we, a number of us, Commissioner Campbell, Clifford, Gordon, and Niblin, we talked about, and I think it was about 12 times we said specifically it's not part of the Harmony at One CCNRs. It is only, we had to draw this line, as Javier mentioned, when, let's see, I can probably read this to you, it's probably the simplest thing. Lot D was separate from Harmony at One and was not part of the planned development. The only reason it ended up being added to the tentative map was because the planning department wanted to make sure that Lot D got all the benefits of the easements to use the road and utilities. And this is in alignment with Javier's previous statement. They wanted to make sure that Lot D, our lot, was protected. The planning department added language on the tentative map in the box headed project zoning data to make it clear that Lot D, and I quote here, is not part of the subdivision zoned as a single-family residential and is included in the project because the proposed road and easements apply to it, close quote. So that's probably the major contribution I can offer in terms of trying to help understand where the CCNRs begin and end. Carrie and I, we were building green. We had a lot of discussions on defining green, what green was in early 2007, and we spent a lot of time developing solutions around that. And just for examples, I can lead you to our original 2007 was not it did exceed 4,300 square feet. We are actually closer to like 5,300, including the garage. And our second approval included a fence around there. None of these items were of concern, and that's because it's a 2-acre agricultural zoned area adjacent to Harmony at One CCNRs. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to help offer any other information, but that's probably the most key point that I can contribute on.
Thank you. Okay, I don't have any other cards up here for public comment, so I'm going to close that. I could bring the applicant up if you wish to respond to any of the comments.
No, no more comments, just say thanks for your consideration.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public hearing and bring this back to the Commission for deliberation. Commissioner Nevelin.
Well, I'm satisfied with the staff report. I'm satisfied with the presentation. I think it's a very well-conceived project, and I'm in favor of it. Subject to comments from my colleagues, I'm ready to make a motion.
Commissioner Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. Echoing what Commissioner Neblin said, this is a really stunning project. We don't get projects of this incredible quality very often, and when I do, it's just a real pleasure to look at. So I'm definitely in favor. I'm speaking slowly so I can get to my notes, which are buried. There's a lot of pages. Anyway, there's just a lot to love about this project. I really appreciated the sensitivity. The house is being built on pretty much on the view shed. But there's been, you could have gone a lot higher in the build, but you didn't. And the footprint in the lot is very, very small. There's just the LEED Gold standard is awesome. So I'm strongly in favor of this project. And it sounds like the fence issue got resolved. So I'm in favor of it as conditioned.
Next in line here. I was on the commission in 2007 when we first looked at this, and this project pretty much conforms with my understanding of what was going on at the time. I think the big issue then was moving it back off the ridgeline a little bit, and it looks like, well, I remember that actually was agreed to and happened in 2007, and then it looks like it's even been moved a little further. I remember the Michelle Kaufman conversations, and this home actually kind of echoes some of those design features, if I remember correctly. So that's interesting. And not to say that some of these CCRs may or may not apply, but it sounds like maybe it's a distinction without a difference tonight. Maybe we move forward with approving this plan without
Sure,
hard
if I
fence.
could maybe just quickly run through sort of the evolution of staff's analysis of this project. Starting from scratch, none of the present staff in the planning department participated in the 2007 approval process, nor in the 2014 approval process of the second home on this site. And so we're obligated then to formulate our interpretation of the applicable framework from the written record, and then to supplement that with any clarifying oral communications from public hearings and so forth. When we reviewed the totality of the evidence in the written conditions of approval, the minutes, and the environmental impact report, both draft and final, and also reviewing the meeting record, including the comments that were referenced from prior staff, including the 2014 hearings. When we evaluated the totality of that evidence, it weighed in favor of indicating that various Harmony at One restrictions were applicable to the site. We don't disagree that there's conflicting information in the record, but we think the written evidence is more convincing than the oral representations and understandings of that era. And so with that said, we did have disagreements and some question initially of whether the CC&Rs, the conditions, covenants, and restrictions applicable to the plan development portion may also be applicable to the site. Staff has concluded convincingly that the CC&Rs are not applicable to this property, yet various conditions of approval are. And so we just want to make sure the terminology is clear for the record now in 2018. We do not believe the CC&Rs are applicable. We believe the certain conditions of approval outlined in the staff report are.
Yeah, I think that's probably exactly right. I do remember the CC&Rs not being an issue. I do remember that this project being in the milieu of the approval of the entire development. So things were a little messy during the public hearings. I remember that too. But be that as it may, I am in favor of approving this project. Commissioner Clifford.
Okay, I was also at the 2007 commission meeting as a commissioner, but I was not a commissioner at the 2014 project. And I'm certainly willing to vote for this project as long as I'm absolutely certain that any changes we make to the conditions apply only to this project. Conditions 2 and 4 are the ones we're talking about. And in terms of the fence, I really do want it to be a very open fencing. There are wildlife corridors up there, and I don't want to put up a 6-foot tall metal fence that could impede wildlife movement. Other than I'm really happy with the project. It's a lovely home. It sounds like they're going to be going forward with the Leeds Gold. Although I'm hearing I didn't hear that they were going to actually get Leeds Gold, that they were going to accumulate the points for Leeds Gold. So they're not getting a certificate as far as I understand the process that they're proposing. But I would be happy with them just getting the points. Yeah, when it comes time to vote, I'll be voting in favor of the project with staff's assurance that any changes we make to the conditions do not affect anything else in the Harmony at One subdivision.
Chair, to Commissioner Clifford's point, we believe that the wording of condition number 17 on packet page 199 is currently drafted to narrowly tailor the exceptions or the amendments that are granted. The second sentence of condition number 17 reads, except, however, that the Planning Commission expressly grants the following amendments to the Harmony at One subdivision conditions of approval identified below as they apply to Lot D of the Harmony at One subdivision. So we don't believe it is currently written in a way that would be generally applicable.
I would agree that the language is specific to this project, just as the permit application is specific to this particular property.
Thank you both so much.
Thanks for making that point, Commissioner Clifford. That echoes what I think I was saying in 2014 as well, so appreciate that and appreciate you including it in the conditions. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any more lights up at the moment. Oh, there we go, Commissioner Neblin.
Well, if there are no further lights, then I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, and I guess I'll be using the text on page 180 of the packet as a guide. I'll move that the Planning Commission adopt the attached resolution and find the project that we are discussing here substantially consistent with the Harmony at One Roberts Road Subdivision Final Environmental Impact Report certified by the Planning Commission on October 15th, 2007, and certified by the City Council on November 13th of 2007, and approve the site development permit PSD 82217 and use permit UP 8717, subject to conditions of approval in Exhibit A, and to incorporate all maps and testimony into the record by reference.
Okay, Commissioner Stedgink.
Second.
Okay, I see two more lights, but are they?
I was just going to second.
Okay, we've had a
I'll third the motion. It's a
third
good
it.
project.
Thank you.
Fourth.
All right. So we've had a motion. Second, please vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay. Well, congratulations. You have an approved project. Anyone agree by the action of the Planning Commission has 10 calendar days to appeal the decision in writing to the City Council.
You made that.
Okay. Onward to our next public hearing. This is for a marijuana use permit for the establishment of a marijuana retail operation within an existing 1,486 square foot commercial space at 2110 Palmetto Avenue. The recommended CEQA action is Class 1 categorical exemption, and the recommended action tonight is to approve as conditioned. Staff report, please.
Good evening. I'm Contract Planner Ranu Agarwal. The item before you is the second marijuana use permit application to be considered by the Planning Commission under the city's cannabis business program enacted in 2017. The applicant is requesting a marijuana use permit for the establishment of a marijuana retail operation within an existing 1,486 square feet commercial space at 2110 Palmetto Avenue for the sale of both medical and non-medical cannabis and cannabis-related products. Pursuant to the Pacifica Municipal Code Article 48 of Chapter 4 of Title 9, also known as the marijuana regulations, a marijuana retail operation may sell cannabis-related products for medical, non-medical, or both medical and non-medical purposes. Marijuana retail operations are limited to marijuana operation overlay districts established by the City Council, and there is a citywide limit of 6 marijuana retail operations and a limit of 2 within any overlay, within any one overlay district. The subject operation is proposed within the marijuana operation Shark Park Overlay District and would be the second marijuana retail operation approved within this overlay district. The first approved permit, MUP 4-18, for a marijuana retail operation at 2270 Palmetto Avenue is currently subject of an appeal to the City Council. As far as this project is concerned, the business operations would consist of an on-site retail sales as well as off-site deliveries. On-site sales would consist of customers entering and exiting the business through a door on Palmetto Avenue, then verification of identification by staff at the door, registration at the registration desk before the customers can enter into the sales area. The product for sale would be secured within the display cases, where the majority of the inventory in a secure storage area in the rear portion of the facility. Vendor deliveries will be by appointment only and will occur through a secondary door to the rear of the facility. The business will operate with a minimum of 3 employees and would employ an on-site manager. The applicant has proposed 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily as the hours of operation, and the business proposes to or would rely on street parking. The applicant has also informed staff that it conducted a neighborhood outreach meeting on September 26, 2018, and it may choose to elaborate on this event during its presentation. There are several conditions of approval that staff has incorporated to modify the applicant's proposal in order to ensure consistency with the marijuana regulations. These include a condition of approval limiting the business hour of operation from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. to minimize noise impacts to neighboring residences. There is a condition of approval which requires that the business be conducted entirely within the enclosed premises of this facility. And there is a condition of approval to allow for some landscaping on site to minimize the degree of nonconformity which currently exists. The minimum 10% of site area is the standard for landscaping. There is also a condition which requires approval of a master sign program to coordinate signage for the multi-tenant commercial and residential structure. And these conditions are meant to improve the overall operation of the site and enable findings to be made for approval of the marijuana use permit. In staff's opinion, the subject as application as condition satisfies all requirements of the marijuana regulations, and it complies notably with the distance requirements from K to 12 schools and youth centers and daycare centers, which are 600 feet and 200 feet respectively. And then it also reduces as conditioned with certain non-conforming aspects of the site. So the staff recommendation is for approval of this use permit as conditioned. Available to answer any questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Kraske.
Just confirmation. So this would be the second and final marijuana retail operation to be approved in this overlay district?
This is the second in this district, and there are only 2 for this district.
So
yes.
this would be the final one if it was approved?
It's
2
difficult
total?
to speculate. The first use permit that was approved is subject to an appeal to City Council currently. Okay. The outcome of that appeal is not known at this time.
Got it.
All right, Commissioner Clifford.
Speaking to the appeal, can you give us the reason given for the appeal?
There were several reasons listed. It's best to wait for the appeal to be heard before the City Council.
Thank you. In terms of our sign ordinance and our desire to have no queries out in front of the building, is it possible to allow them to add one more sign that says no loitering?
Well, loitering in and of itself, I would never advise a client to add a sign that says no loitering. I would tie the prohibition more to the actual language in the code, since loitering was questioned as constitutional. I'm sorry, as unconstitutional. But the city does have a sign ordinance that regulates signage.
Okay. What I was looking for was, how do we go about enforcing no queries, even though it's a condition, but how do we enforce that there be no queries at this business?
Vice Chair Clifford, could you please clarify what you mean by no queries?
As I remember in reading this, there was a statement that there was only room for so many people inside. If they had more than that, they were going to have a query outside.
Queues.
Queuing. Excuse
area.
me. A queue to get in. And I wanted to, we're conditioning it that that doesn't happen. I want to also find a practical way to make that happen.
Sure. I believe, and Ranu, Ms. Agarwal can elaborate if necessary. I believe the operation plan for this marijuana use permit that was prepared by the applicant indicated that they would monitor the situation and ask customers that may inadvertently queue outside to return at a later time when the interior of the space was less busy. That is how the applicant has proposed to address it in my recollection.
The applicant has had proposed to actually manage the queuing outside, and we imposed a condition that they have to conduct the business entirely within the enclosed premises, so that there isn't any kind of queuing outside and impediment of the sidewalk. But that is the extent of the condition so far.
Thank you very much.
Said one question. I see in the staff report on page 16 or packet page 411, staff wrote up that there's evidence to suggest a member of the applicant entity has not complied with provisions of the Pacifica Municipal Code, the marijuana operation tax. And I'm just wondering why we have that recounted in here. What was is that just general background for us, or is there some import to it?
There is a required finding essentially to the effect that there's no information to suggest the operation would violate any provision of the Pacifica Municipal Code. We do have evidence that in a prior operation, at least one violation of the municipal code was allowed to be ongoing. And so we've noted that and reflected the applicant's offer to remedy that violation. And if remedied as required by the condition of approval, we believe that the commission can then make the finding that the operation would not be likely to violate the municipal code in the future.
Thank you. Okay. I guess a question for our police chief. When the previous, and thank you for coming tonight, and you've been here patient. When the previous marijuana retail operation known as Surefire Collective was operating in the city, it was not operating pursuant to any municipal legal authorization. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were efforts made to remedy that situation from the city?
They were not.
Were efforts made to contact the owner of Surefire and say?
We had contacted the owner. We were aware of the business. The decision or the lack of enforcement or the not shutting the illegal businesses down at the time was those decisions were made by previous city administrators.
My question's more is what was the applicant's reaction when told that they didn't have a legal authorization?
Yeah, I wasn't there for that. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I would remark that subsequent to the city's enactment of marijuana regulations, the planning department did contact those various unpermitted operators, including the Surefire dispensary, and they cooperated immediately with the city's request and followed along in the timeline that was requested by the planning department to close their operations. And in fact, my recollection is they closed before the deadline.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's have more questions for staff. Commissioner Neblin.
Just one really quick question. I saw that the recommended hours of operation from staff are 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. And I know it's only been a couple weeks, but my memory as time goes on gets less and less acute. Can you remind me what the hours were for the operation that we considered? It wasn't more than a couple weeks ago. I have some recollection it was closer to 7 o'clock that we had 7 o'clock on the brick and mortar, and maybe it was
6. It was 6.
Maybe it was 6 and
8
7
for delivery.
Okay, maybe it was 6 then and 8 for delivery. Okay. Well, in any event, I just thought that was a salient fact. And is there a particular reason why staff is recommending at this point 8, recognizing that we had expressed a 6 o'clock desire with respect to the other recently submitted application in this overlay district.
Sure, I think the location's different in the sense that this building does not have a resident immediately above the space, and so I think there's a potential that noise impacts are less likely to affect a nearby resident, and a slightly later hour of operation could be reasonable in this location.
Could you, that makes sense to me. Now, the residences, though, are pretty close, aren't they?
They are near, but not immediately above, as was the case at the other operation.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Stedzik.
As full disclosures, I've discussed this project with the following: William or Bill Fitzpatrick, Alan Wald, Tony Williams, Amos Young, Adam Zollinger, Tim Fitzpatrick, Ian Butler, and John Leonardini. My question is for the city attorney. On the previous project, it was stated from staff that we were not to consider a potential library bond project at that location and to consider it as is. Is that the state with this application also?
Could you clarify your question, please?
Sure. It's my understanding there's a plan for a November 2019 library bond attempt, and I'm just curious. There's several aspects of that project that look like a youth center, what the state would call a youth center, and that might conflict with this if it was developed after the library occurred. I'm just curious. We're to look at it as it exists at this moment in time, or are we to look at a potential library use there and how it might conflict with this location?
My understanding is that the potential uses would be speculative at this point. And so I would defer to Assistant Planner Murdoch on the details, but at this stage, we have to evaluate what's in front of us.
Okay, and it is a speculative use, so thank you very much.
The ordinance does specify that those particular enumerated uses, the K through 12 schools, youth centers, and day centers, should be considered only at the time of permit approval. Those that are in existence at the time of permit approval, not speculative future uses.
Right, so in other words, the schools could move into the area.
No, I understand. Thank you.
At this point, as we're evaluating the permit, we have to evaluate what's actually in place around the area.
Okay, Commissioner Kraske.
Yeah, just for the record, where's the closest residential unit to this establishment?
There are 3 tenants spaces, commercial spaces on the first floor, and the residential unit is not above this tenant space, but the one adjacent to it.
Thank you.
And the commission can see the facade of the building here. The area outlined in the dashed white symbology is the proposed lease space for this operation. You can note the open air space above and the apartment units beginning at the lease space adjacent to the south. And so there is no residential use directly above the proposed operation location.
Okay, I don't see any more questions for staff, so at this point, I'm going to bring the applicant up, and you have 10 minutes to present your project.
Good evening, Commissioners. First off, thank you very much for staying this late and for offering your time and consideration as we review this permit. My name is Derek St. Pierre. I'm presenting this on behalf of LIT LLC. Wanted to first off as well thank the Planning Department for their hard work and working with us on this project. I don't believe the presentation that we're going to give to you would have been possible without their input. We've also been looking forward to making this presentation for quite some time. We have been part of the initial input taken by the Planning Department as well as the Planning Commission in drafting these regulations, as well as the City Council who finally put this set of regulations in front of you that we are hereby applying for. We're seeking for a marijuana retail operation permit that would be a valuable addition to the Sharp Park Business District. This modest proposal for a 1,486 square foot medical and recreational marijuana retail operation would bring business to the community and will be located at 2110 Palmetto Avenue. If you look just here at the end of Montecito, for convenience sake, Montecito and Palmetto Avenue, just around the corner is the subject area. Mr. Murdoch, could you turn the slide on for us? As indicated previously by Mr. Murdoch, we will be locating into the, thank you, locating here on the right business where the currently Reflections Hair Salon is located. If anybody is concerned, Reflections Hair Salon will not be closing. They will in fact be relocating to the Rusty Hook if our permit is approved. The owners of the Rusty Hook actually retired and are enjoying their retirement as we speak. This building was built in 1962, and we're not proposing any modifications whatsoever to the exterior. There are a few minor modifications to the interior of the business, basically to facilitate foot traffic. LIT LLC is comprised of Pacifica residents, and wanted to just briefly introduce them to you. Mr. Chapman, if you could stand up. Mr. Chapman has a very strong background in the cannabis industry, has attended many classes at Oaksterdam University, and is the prior operator of Surefire Collective. Ms. King, who's seated immediately to his right, has been a 40-plus year homeowner here in Pacifica, has operated 2 small businesses, a daycare and a ballet, and is currently working in the human services sector. And the managing director seated behind me, Holly Smalley, she has a master's in psychology, educational development background. What we're looking to provide to the city of Pacifica is a customer-friendly, community-oriented facility. This project wouldn't have been possible without additional consultants. There is a substantial amount of material that had to be prepared and presented to the planning department in order to get to this stage. I wanted to thank some of our consultants. Kendra Miller, our attorney who is the CEO of Canna Business Law, is here in the back. Captain Ursi Joyner III of the Oakland Police Department is here. He is the CEO of Ingenious Tactical Solutions and part of our security team. Steve Abrahams, right here, is our traffic engineer, and Jim Norcali, who's also here, is from Green Security and Alarm. We brought all our consultants with us tonight so that if the commission has any questions, we do have the appropriate individuals here to respond to you. Next slide should go.
They're not quite organized like that. Were you looking for the site plan?
Site plan, please. Well, Mr. Murdoch pulls up the site plan. I just want to show a brief layout of the interior of the facility, give a quick kind of rundown of what a visitor experience would be like here at this proposed facility. As you can see, the door is located here. It's an eastern-facing door on Palmetto Avenue. Once a customer comes to the door, they'll be greeted by staff here in the entryway. And what is here is the immediate waiting room. This is a 3-foot wall, a separating wall from the waiting room into the actual customer service area. As you enter, you'll be greeted by staff who will check that you have appropriate identification, making sure that you're over 21 years of age, and if you are a medical patient, you have appropriate paperwork. On the first visit, there will be an intake here at this intake desk, and patients will be asked to sit here in the waiting area until they're able to be served here in the actual customer service area. As you see, what we have done is we have actually created an L-shaped bar. That bar will contain all of the retail product either within the counter or behind the counter, so none of it is accessible to persons inside of the facility. After entering the facility, you'll be assisted depending on whether or not you're strictly a recreational patient or a medical patient. You'll be assisted by staff and who are there to answer your questions and provide you product knowledge. Upon exiting, you will be all of your products will be placed into a opaque exit bag. If I would like to actually pass this around so that the council members who may not have had, the commission members who may not have seen one of these before have an opportunity to actually see what this packaging looks like. Additionally, I know there's been some prior expression about or concern about unique identification numbers. Well, the state of California does require a track and trace program, and we have had the opportunity to speak with a vendor who will be providing our track and trace program. We will be providing unique individualized identification numbers for each purchase made. In fact, as part of the state law, we're required to track through that system from seed to actual sale of each product. The Planning Department in their staff report outlined a host of conditions of approval, and we by and large agree with every single one of them. I want to run down those briefly. Landscaping. Landscaping has been proposed to be added to the front of our facility. The facility is concrete with no easy area to actually add landscaping. What we have proposed is a 12-foot long, 18-inch wide planter box that would be in front of the 2 glass windows that are in front of the facility. That way we can actually add some landscape to the area that otherwise would not be possible. This planter would be contained entirely on private property. If you notice, there's a small triangle in front of the facility. The sidewalk is adjacent to that, so we would not be impeding on the sidewalk. No queuing outside. As you see, we have an actual customer waiting area. We do not anticipate queuing outdoors, and as a response to a planning inquiry, we had additionally added the planning queuing out, or the proposed queuing outdoors in response to one of their inquiries. We are entirely happy to maintain the entire operation of the businesses within the premises and believe that our incorporated waiting area is more than sufficient. Master sign program. Currently, these 3 commercial businesses do not have a master sign program, which typically is set up by the actual landlord. We have no objection to cooperating with and creating a master sign program with our landlord as part of the proposed approval. Secure waste. We have actually contracted with a third-party vendor, Gaika, to deal with our secure waste, and by secure waste we mean any items which may contain cannabis or cannabis byproducts. The secure waste will be located entirely inside the facility, perhaps here in the back secured storage area. We are still going to have to identify what space is necessarily needed by Gaika based on the 2 cans that we have contracted with them. Additionally, evidence of the seed-to-sale software is a condition of approval, and we have no qualms with providing that evidence. Taxes. As conditioned for part of this approval is payment of prior taxes. Surefire Collective operated from March of 2017 to July of 2018 here in the city of Pacifica, and has, as part of this application process, attempted to pay our city taxes. Unfortunately, the finance department has not created the necessary means for that to occur. We are very happy to make those payments, and we'll do so once we're able to make an agreement with the finance department. As part of this application process, we have already submitted all of our taxes to the planning department from that period of operation. Finally, I just wanted to address the hours. Our initial proposal was from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. We've had the opportunity to review the staff's recommendation from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. We actually agree with staff that we would best serve the community by opening at a slightly delayed hour at 9 a.m. and support Mr. Murdoch's decision to do so. The request we would make, though, is to operate until 9 p.m. Rationale for that is we need to provide access for a variety of different schedules. Additionally, we need to compete with neighboring markets. The neighboring market that we are competing with is San Francisco. San Francisco is open until 10 p.m. and is currently delivering until 10 p.m. They deliver into the city of Pacifica, whether you realize it or not, but that is currently the market that we are actually competing against. And finally, I just want to briefly address the open house that we did have. On last week, on September 26th, from 7 p.m. till 9 p.m., we actually held an open house at the Rusty Hook. Rusty Hook is 2 doors down. Reason we held it there is because it is the exact same floor layout as our proposed location. It is also vacant. So it was a lot more amenable to having people come by and visit. Posted all of our site plans as well as our proposed project and made a presentation. Of the 37 people that we invited everyone within a 200-foot radius. So we distributed 37 flyers to residents and businesses. We had 7 business owners and a couple of neighbors show up. None of the immediate tenants on the actual property in terms of residential tenants showed up, although we did reach out to them multiple times. The only understanding that we have in terms of the residential tenants is directly from our landlord. Our landlord would not have approved to rent this space and potentially put this project there if she had not already talked to her residential tenants and made sure that this would not be a use that would conflict with their living. From there, I look forward to hearing any questions that the staff may have or the commission may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got a question on, I do appreciate the effort being made to pay the past taxes. I think that was something I was looking for with the past applicant. How much is for 2 years? How much? You say you already deposited with the city. How much is it? I was curious.
Well, it's not actually from 2 years. My understanding in speaking with city officials is that it would be after the passage of the Measure G and then the subsequent adoption of that by the City Council. So roughly we're talking November, perhaps December 2017, and then from January through July of 2018. And are committed to paying 6% on that, on those sales.
And how did you, you have paperwork, I imagine, and receipts and things of that nature?
Yes, as part of the application requirement, we actually have to submit past taxes to the planning department. In this specific instance, our initial application did not include any past taxes because Lit LLC is an entirely new entity without any corporate tax history. After being requested by the planning department to provide the past taxes for Surefire Collective because Mr. Chapman was a member of both entities, we did comply and provided all of those taxes to the city, and they are in the planning department's possession.
Kind of an escrow account or something like that, or how's that work? Question for staff.
I think he means tax information, not the actual payment.
Oh, not the actual payment of taxes, just the tax information. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, if I may clarify, currently as we stand here today, and I haven't inquired since the beginning of August, but we did inquire in the beginning of August, the finance department does not actually have the code set up for payment of these applicable taxes, and that's been part of one of the issues surrounding this, because we looked into it and have not looked into it since the beginning of August, pending this hearing.
If you're part of the yeah, you're one of the applicants, you can come up, sure.
So as part of the application process, I had spoken
You can speak into the mic, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
With the planning staff, and Christian had said, hey, we would need for you guys to go back and to pay these taxes, and we said, absolutely. So we went, or I personally, I went into the finance department. He said, go in there and talk to the finance manager and figure out, bring in, get the paperwork, and turning that in would be great. And so I did go in and I spoke with finance, and they were lovely and said, I'd love to help you, but we don't have any way for you to pay that today. So I'm sending you away, and just know that when we work this out, someone will get in touch with you and then you'll make a payment. And so I went back over to planning and I was like, Radu, I don't know what to do. They sent me away. And she said, okay, describe it, tell us, will you commit to doing this? Yes. And so we wait, and we will happily pay whatever taxes are due.
Thank you. That sounds like a wonderful way to run a business.
Yes, right?
You come to pay taxes and they just don't take the money.
Right, I know, right? Take your time. I'm just kidding.
That's
no,
interesting.
But we're happy to. We just are unable to unless something new has occurred and I'm not aware of it. But we did go in, and I was sent away and followed up.
So I've got just a question. We're going to be voting on, approving your business and you're vouching for running this business in compliance with city law,
Absolutely,
state?
yes.
Yeah.
We can't wait.
Right. Now, you didn't in the past, I think, it's a hokey phrase, but the laws didn't apply to you in the past. So
Chair, I would Chair,
Yeah.
excuse me. I would just clarify that I do not believe this applicant was a part of Surefire. Is that correct?
Sure.
So
Oh, okay.
she actually was not a part of
So it was Mr.
Surefire
Chapman.
entity.
Okay, it was Mr. Chapman. Okay, question withdrawn to you.
This
but,
is a gorgeous
yeah.
legal question for Kendra Miller. I'll just.
Oh, okay. Great, thank you.
The issue of legality. My name is Kendra Miller, and I'm the owner of Canna Business Law. So the collective, as far as my understanding, was operating in full compliance with 215, but as you know, we've gone through some transition since 2015 with respect to state and local regulation. So they were in compliance with 215 at the time, but then as the rules changed, they received a notice and they complied with that notice after that. And also, Surefire Collective is a completely separate entity from Lit LLC.
Right, although they share some management, it looks like. Is that correct?
That is correct. Mr. Chapman was the prior operator of Surefire, and he is one of the managing operators of Lit LLC.
Thank you, so they're not completely separate. Okay, I appreciate it, thank you. Let's see, I think we've got other questions for the applicant. Commissioner Kraske.
Yeah, so another comment about the hours of operation. Your last previous establishment, what were the hours of operation at that establishment?
10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
And what percentage of your sales roughly were between that hour and between 8 and 9 p.m.?
I can't speak to the exact percentage.
Oh, let's get up to the mic if we're going to answer, just so we can get it on.
In preparation for this hearing, I did ask them this question, and I will say that the bulk of clientele business hours tend to end about 8:15. Between 8:15 and 8:40, or 8:15 and 9 o'clock, foot traffic is definitely tapering off. But there is consistent and steady flow of, especially people calling close to the 9 o'clock hour saying, "Will you please stay?" Because I'm attempting to make it there before you close. So I would, to answer your question specifically in numbers, I cannot, but I would say it's a decreasing percentage as the hour goes later.
Okay. So it wouldn't necessarily adversely affect your business if we held to the 8 p.m. Hours?
I respectfully request that we are allowed a 9 o'clock closing hour. Part of that being to allow for the variety of schedules of shifts that actually occur in the population. We have the regular 9 to 5, we have the swing shift, and then we have the graveyard shift. And based on which hours you're working or not working and how long your commute is, closing things earlier can make it difficult to obtain access. My secondary response would also be if you're contemplating closing the foot traffic hours at 8, I would alternatively request that deliveries still be allowed till 9.
Thank you.
Commissioner Settink.
I'm curious when Mr. Chapman started selling marijuana products in Pacifica.
March 2017.
Your attorney had mentioned a 2015 date. What was that?
That was in relation to Proposition 215 and the change in the laws. That was not a date associated with him operating a collective here in town.
My next question is for staff. Do you have confidence that you'll collect past due taxes on this location before it opens?
I absolutely do. The condition of approval that staff has proposed is conditioned upon payment of those taxes prior to commencing operation.
Thanks. You had mentioned competing with neighboring markets and your need to be open till 10 p.m. Are you aware of the hours of the location that's been approved so far?
I am.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Rubenstein.
Yeah, I just had questions about the delivery component of the business. What were the proposed, I think you just answered that, but the proposed hours of operation for that part of the business, and just maybe describe that in a little more detail. We had a prior applicant that kind of went into some detail on the delivery side of the business.
I did actually address this in my operational plan, and I would be happy to highlight that to you, but the proposed hours would roughly be the same exact hours as the proposed business hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. for delivery. due to the fact that our primary concern is on the brick and mortar store and serving actual walk-in patients and able to give a full customer experience to those patients, our primary focus is going to in fact be on the brick and mortar. We do intend on having daily deliveries, but those deliveries are going to also kind of partially depend on the amount of demand associated with it. For example, we're not going to send somebody out on the other side of town for a $5 delivery when it becomes one of those situations where it's not cost effective to make a delivery. And so that's the kind of constraints in terms of a delivery model that we have, is that it's going to be partially demand driven. We do have a host of patients that we previously worked with that we identified during the days at Surefire Collective, where they physically do not have the means to actually leave their house or get to the actual brick and mortar store. And that is the primary reason we're continuing to offer delivery, is to ensure access to those individuals. You had asked about the actual delivery policies. In terms of delivery, each vehicle will actually have a secured separation for product and for any cash that is part of the transactions. It will also, items will leave with a very specific shipping manifest saying its destination, and would also return after being signed off by the recipient. And then at the end of the actual shift, all of the deliveries are then put back into the actual track and trace system so that we can confirm all the deliveries and all of the product that's been issued associated with those deliveries.
Do you anticipate any kind of like third-party deliveries, companies, services, you know, Ease is one that's out there. I don't know how that actually incorporates.
I am familiar with what you're asking about, third-party delivery services. That is not something we are contemplating. This is going to be an entirely in-house operation. From our individual looking into some of these third-party operations, from our perspective, it gives too much control to another entity and leaves too many things out of our control. And so there would be no third-party contracting for delivery.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stink, do you have another?
Yeah. How many delivery trucks do you currently have?
0.
And you call your customers patients, but they won't be necessarily holding a prescription for this product, correct?
That's correct. That may just be a holdover in the verbiage I've been using from prior times when it was strictly medical. But yes, they would be both patients as well as customers.
Say a 12-year-old kid with a prepaid credit card calls you for a delivery. How do you determine he's an adult?
First off, as part of the delivery process, you actually have to confirm the identity of the individual on the actual, with the driver's license. They're going to submit driver's license, date of birth, and an address to the actual location. The delivery driver is then going to actually confirm that the individual who said they called with that date of birth and with that information is in fact the actual person on the identification that's presented to him. So in your hypothetical, the process would stop at a point in time if, let's assume the individual had a fake ID, would stop at the point in time when my delivery driver ran into you, you presented the fake ID and dealt with it accordingly.
But you're not checking those IDs against any sort of database to verify that they are unique human beings?
It's very difficult to get access to the California Department of Motor Vehicles driver's license database, and we're not going to pay the fees associated with that. So the confirmation part would occur when upon the actual delivery to confirm that the individual presenting it is the individual who attempted to order it. I'm sure the police chief can actually address that issue, that DMV databases are not very easily accessible.
Sure. Just speak into the mic first. Thanks.
That is a great question, and in that, you know, someone is verified inside a dispensary and in the home would be verified also. For delivery, the state of California doesn't allow you to deliver any public lands, so you can't drop off any marijuana to a beach or say a park or a theater. It has to be to a home. And so, and there's so many checks and balances associated with these regulations in general, and it doesn't stop in the store. Delivery is extensive too. Other verifiable forms of identification are military cards, passports, And I'm no pro. If you guys threw me in front of a bar today, I would probably mess up all night long because I don't know what all those things are and I'm not trained. And so part of our training will be to establish gorgeous training that's very well done so that we're doing a very good job identifying the 12-year-old from the non-12-year-old and over 21. So there's very significant regulations about it. It's a very good question. Hopefully that helps.
Just curious, is there any distinction at all between the delivery of cannabis and delivery of alcohol, or is it basically the same to a home?
I don't know that our code addresses delivery of alcohol to home. Our municipal code, actually, it's the best way to, what specifically are you asking with your question?
Just the same factual scenario. You know, somebody orders a bottle of Jack to the house. How do you confirm that it's coming, that it's not a 12-year-old ordering it?
Well, again, there are times when you can order alcoholic beverages from companies. Again, there's nobody that's going to be there to verify that. If somebody's dropping something off via UPS or Federal Express, you're not going to be able to verify that. I'm not aware of any companies in Pacifica that that deliver alcohol to homes.
I can respond to that just from like a wine club purchase.
Yeah, I'm thinking like just from a liquor store, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with liquor stores that do it, but from like a wine club purchase, UPS or whatever, UPS may not do that. I can't remember. There may be some that just don't do it, but you have to have somebody 21 or over home to accept a delivery, or it'll be delivered to, you know, wherever, Walgreens or something, wherever the drop-off is, and then you have to come in and show your ID to pick it up.
Yeah, that's right. Like if you order on Instacart and you order liquor or wine, right, and you're not home, they won't deliver it.
Okay, but it's basically the same. So it's okay. Just wanted to make sure. Thanks. Sure.
And again, we want to do the very best job out there. So one additional tip is, I don't know, I'm assuming it's the same fee or same fine. If you allow a minor into the dispensary, I believe it's a $100,000 fine. I'm assuming it's the same for delivery. We're not going to make that mistake. We're going to work very hard to make sure that we don't make that mistake. And we care about children as well as not paying such a fine, but we'll work hard for that.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we have a couple more questions unless they're stale. Commissioner Rubenstein.
No, sorry.
No,
That's
okay.
me. I'm just curious, staff, who's levying that $100,000 fine?
We are not aware of it. Is the state?
Hi, Kendra Miller again, attorney for the applicant. The Bureau of Cannabis Control is in charge of enforcement at the state level, and so the state has very specific enforcement provisions, which recently they've been funded to increase enforcement. As you'll see in the news media, there's more raids of illegal operations throughout the state of California. There are many different degrees and levels of punishment that the state will enforce, and violation of the state rules could require or could result in the pulling of the state license or refusal to renew. So the state, the Bureau of Cannabis Control, which is controlled by Chief Lori Ajax, would be in charge of those functions at the state level. So there's a two-part process to being a fully licensed business in the state of California. First is obtaining local authority, which is why we're here tonight, and then step two would be applying to the state for either a state temporary license or an annual license, which would allow you to operate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Interesting. Okay, I don't see any more lights up here. I just the quickest of questions. I know everyone wants to get out of here. How close are we to IBL?
IBL.
All I know for sure is more than 600 feet, but quite some distance.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Sorry.
Can you tell me about the site directly to the right of the property? Is that just a park or a vacant lot, or what's the site directly to the right of the?
If you're describing the area to the north,
Yeah.
which would be to the right if you're looking at the front of the
Yeah,
building, it is a privately owned parcel. It's not a park. It's just currently undeveloped, and we are processing a development permit application for that site for a residential mixed-use building with a small commercial space in the front.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, thank you. It looks like we are out of questions for you, so yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, I'm going to take public comment, and we're going to start off. If anybody wants to comment, there's cards at the back, and you'll have 3 minutes. Just hand the card up to staff. First up is, darn it, Tiger Big Stick. There's the end. There's the middle part. Almost, I'm getting there.
Or if you want to make me sound exotic, Tiger Haas.
Yes.
Good evening, Honorable Commission. I'm Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick of Pacifica. And I've run through my mind, thank you. I've run through my mind a couple different versions of grandstanding statements I could have made depending on questions I heard. And first of all, thank you, Commission, for listening in reasonable and respectful ways. It's great to see our city doing this work to make sure that viable businesses are entering our town and contributing what hopefully will fix a lot of potholes and do wonderful work besides. So the two little things I have down, first of all, because I am a fan of the late comedian Bill Hicks, he had this old bit he would do in which he would talk about marijuana usage and the positive ways it contributed to his life. But he would ask the audience, hey, if you're at a baseball game and there's somebody next to you having a fight with the person next to them, do you think that they're drunk or stoned? And that's how he would lead into the differences between alcohol and marijuana. I know that this establishment is more than 600 feet from my BL. I'm fairly certain that the closest alcohol selling establishment is probably closer than this place would be. Just a guess. That aside, the business operating hours. I can't speak from a medicinal point of view. I do not have a card, and I'm not planning on getting a card anytime soon. I hope I will never need a card. If I were at the last meeting, it may be I would have made a robust argument, although not one from the point of view of a patient. As somebody who works for a living and has used marijuana many times over my life, the course of my life, especially in terms of moments where anxiety, I find personally it's great for helping with anxiety. There was a changeover at the place where I worked just a few years ago in 2015. I needed medicine then, but I wasn't buying it as medicine then. Now I have that option. And I'm not somebody who uses it often, but I'm somebody who could see an instance in which God only knows what happens in this life could come in handy. And I'll admit, I've gotten stoned. It can be fun. Not that I do that often at all, but it can be. And as somebody who I think is a fairly respectable individual. So I work until 8 o'clock every night. Every day, my hours of work are 11 to 8. Personally, I don't see any problem with keeping the hours open till 10, but personally, even more so, as far as what I am capable of doing, I don't want to have to wake up earlier to head downtown to buy a thing. After I get off work at 8, it would be nice if it was at least open until 9 o'clock for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ursi Joyner.
Good evening, members of the committee. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Ursi Joyner. I'm the owner and operator of Ingenious Tactical Solutions. We specialize in organizational development, training services, investigations, personal security, and threat assessment. We were brought on as a team member of LIT LLC to help develop a plan in regards to the Palmetto address. Part of the things we were brought on to do were looking at site assessments, vulnerability identification, target hardening, state and local compliance, security planning, and more importantly, site planning and design. We wanted to make sure that we were doing this in a way that this business could be a part of the community instead of apart from the community. Our staff at ITS has over 100 years of law enforcement experience. We are recognized here in the state of California and throughout the country as experts in the development of businesses surrounding cannabis distribution and safety. From day one, I expressed the importance to LIT LLC in regards to them being good partners to not only the city, the community, but more importantly, the police department. I've emphasized that safety is a very important thing. And I can tell you that in dealing with LIT, I've seen a paradigm shift in regards to them being much different than a lot of the people I've dealt with throughout the country in regards to their acceptance of working with local law enforcement and the community and the city government. I strongly feel that LIT will be a business here that not only the city, the community, and the police department can be proud of, but there will be somebody who brings a lot to the city as well as a very strong foundation in growing it as well. I'm here for additional questions. If anybody has any questions about training, security plans, or more importantly, industry standards around your other agencies or other cities in regards to San Francisco, Berkeley, or Oakland, and other cannabis locations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is, I might get this wrong, Ryan Watman, and that'll be followed by Jim Norcoli.
Thank you, Commissioners, and good evening. It is Ryan Warman. That's my chicken scratch there. I just want to start by thanking you all for your consideration on this issue. I understand that it's very complex and at times contentious, and I'll do my best to keep this brief, as I also know that it's very late. One thing that I wanted to say is that a number of us in the medical cannabis industry, or cannabis industry I should say, prefer the term adult use to recreational because adult use emphasizes personal responsibility. And I also believe that it is more in keeping in the spirit of viewing these products as over-the-counter medicines, alternative medicines that people of California have said should be available without a doctor's prescription. I'd also like to help the Commissioner understand, speaking as an industry professional, that the medical segment of the market has shrunk down to less than 10% of total cannabis sales, possibly even less than 5%. And I believe that there are a number of people in this room that could help provide substantiating data about that claim to your staff. Simply put, there's simply very little incentive right now to maintain a doctor's medical recommendation for cannabis. The only real incentive is an 8.5% discount on sales tax. All of the high-dose edible products have been taken off the market currently, and under the proposed permanent regulations for California, those will be capped at 200 milligrams for medical patients only, with very specific products of slightly higher doses that are aimed directly at severely ill patients, and obviously with a doctor's recommendation. Beyond that, everything is capped at 100 milligrams in terms of edibles. I'll return to that in just a second, but I would just like to also echo Mr. St. Pierre's recommendations in terms of the open hours. As I'm sure you all know, this is a community of working class people with very variable schedules, and so making that consideration for slightly later hours is very important. On the topic of edibles, and particularly gummies, I'm a little concerned at the Commission's previous efforts to restrict the sales of gummies and edibles. This is one of the most fastest growing and largest segments of the cannabis market itself. Gummies are desired because they're an alternative to brownies and cookies. They contain less sugar. They are more easy to dose accurately, which is also now a requirement of edible products in California. And they also have no odor and very little stigma, and for that reason, gummies in particular are a very desirable form of consumption. The state of California has also already taken pretty significant measures to prohibit gummy bears or any other kinds of animals or shapes that might appeal to children, and also require that they be in child-resistant packaging. So rather than go over time, I did bring a few example child-resistant packaged products that I'd like to just pass around to the Commission if you're interested.
If you could hand it to staff, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Jim, I'm going to get this wrong. Oh, I did. All right, Narcoli.
I'm from the security industry. Have 28 years experience. I've done Department of Defense, Homeland Security, banking institutes, and this is what I'm following next, the newest trend in California. It's something I've been living and breathing because of all the state mandates. I've taken the time with LIT to confirm that their security plan is all compliant with California, which was much more stringent than you guys have in place. The queuing question from earlier, the design of the facility is to allow them to access the facility without accessing product until they have been verified. So you're probably limited on the queuing section out front. Hours of operations, this is more of just a question. Taco Bell was up here earlier talking about having alcohol on the beach, and those hours were considered. I'm curious of why there's such a challenge with the hours of the operation of this facility where there isn't consumption on their property.
No, we don't have Q&A, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
Any questions for me?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? Yeah, thank you. Okay, next up is Donna Wagner, followed by Ian Butler.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My initial issue is the hours of operation. This is my neighborhood. I live right down the street, and if you want to attract people to the neighborhood and keep them here, I think 9 o'clock is a much better hour to stop. Florrie's is open till 9, the gym is open past 9. That's kind of this neighborhood right here. And I can also speak to respect because my apartment up on Salada was about 15 feet from the back door of Surefire. The only issues we ever had were parking. And any issues that we had with parking were addressed immediately with the people at Surefire, who were very happy to step in and assist by saying things like, well, if you can get the license number, they won't be able to buy here anymore. And I really always appreciated their help and concern about the neighborhood. Also, as a medical professional myself, I worked till 7:30 at night, and 8 o'clock would not be able to work for me. I am a medical marijuana card holder, and I use edibles, and yeah, it would just be much more convenient for people who have expanded work hours to be able to access medication. I realize that this is not just a purely medical marijuana facility, but I'm speaking for those of us, even though it's less than 5% now, those of us who still require help in certain ways. I think that's it, but it's way past my bedtime.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Ian Butler, followed by W.D. Elliott.
It is definitely late and way past time, and I mean late and way past time for this to happen. It was 22 years ago that California voted Prop 215 in, with 54% of the vote statewide. Pacificans, it was about 2/3 of us voted in favor of medical marijuana 22 years ago. Just think about that. There were kids that were born since that day that are old enough now to legally consume marijuana. Then we had Prop 19, which happened in 2010, which California didn't pass, but that was only 46% voted for that statewide. In Pacifica, 60% of us voted in favor of legalizing marijuana for everybody. So that is 8 years ago. This community here wanted to have legal marijuana 8 years ago. And then, of course, we had Prop 64, which California did approve with 57%. Pacifica, we had 2/3 of us voted in favor of that. So we're about 10 to 15% ahead of the rest of California as far as our approval of marijuana, as evidenced by Measure G, which was last year. 78% of us voted. 78%. When's the last time 78% of us voted for anything? This is literally the most popular issue in the history of Pacifica as long as I've been watching this. Seriously. So some of you may have reservations about the fact that some of these places existed before when it wasn't legal. I'm proud of them for existing when it wasn't legal, because the people wanted this. Every chance that people had to have this, they said, please, let's have this. And of course, there's reasons the cities had to drag their feet. There's, Eric Holder had to crack down, and we didn't have the money to handle any of the lawsuits that would cause. But we wanted this, and I think the politicians wanted this, but we were kind of stuck. And so these people that came in here and filled this gap, providing medicine to people that needed it, I think that those are a very important service that that provided, and I'm thankful for them to do that. To not let them have a dispensary once we make it legal is almost like saying, okay, everybody can sit in the front of the bus except Rosa Parks, It just, to me, is like backwards. And the fact is, I think part of the reason that we're so in favor of this is we've got a chance to see what it's like. We got to be their neighbors. We got to find out what it's like to have a dispensary next door, and we've learned that, you know what? It's fine. It's not a problem. And I personally think there's not a problem with them being open later. I think if we want to revitalize Palmetto and have it a vibrant area where people want to go to, we should let the businesses be open longer so that they can spend more money and be here longer. And that might cause less traffic during the day if you can spread out the visitors over a greater amount of time. It creates less issues with crowding and traffic, but still makes it a vibrant and happy neighborhood here. So I'm thankful to these people. They're good folks, and I really hope we can let this go with as few restrictions as possible. Thanks.
All right, W.D. Elliott. And my last card is Kendra Miller.
Thank you. That's W.D. Flint. I'm a veteran. I'm the service officer for your American Legion here in Pacifica. I'm also the vice commander for Veterans of Foreign Wars, and I'm a nurse with the city of San Francisco. I want to urge everybody to consider making education for seniors, for veterans, for disabled. This is a wonderful product. It's a great opportunity. But many of us that are seniors, we don't know too much about it. I think we all got a chance to watch that movie, that horrible movie, Reefer Madness. Many people's minds are still there, okay? This is a medicinal product that has some great values. And if we can educate our seniors, we can save them from deteriorating with alcohol, because alcohol is destroying your brain cells. And slowly they're going down. I talk to people every day. I'm all about health. I'm 70 years old. And basically, I ran into a situation working in the jail. That's what I do. I worked in the jails and prisons before the San Francisco General. And I had anxiety, and the Veterans Administration was recommending these antidepressants and all these drugs. I've given people these drugs, and I've seen how they can't get off of them. I've seen the aberrant behavior that they've had. And there is an alternative, a healthful alternative, cannabis. But you see, with the seniors, we need to be educated to know that there's ways that you can take it. You can put it in a blender with strawberries, with blueberries, and you can absorb it. You can put it in your food, and you can regulate and have the autonomy to determine how much goes into your body. And I think this would be a good thing for the community if we would consider that, reaching out to these seniors and letting them realize that they can take cannabis with dignity, without hiding, without feeling like they're doing something horrible. That's my statement. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. Last up, Kendra Miller.
Much, commissioners, for your time. The other public comments were very eloquent. They touched on the issues that I was going to address about statistics, so I'll just address the issues that you raised earlier. But first, I'd like to give you a little bit of background about who I am. Not only am I an attorney, and I've been in this space for about 9-10 years now, but I'm also on the board of directors of National NORML. NORML is the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. I'm also the president of the Cannabis Law Section of the Beverly Hills Bar Association. Association. So I represent business, but I'm also an activist looking to protect consumer rights. I believe, Commissioner Rubenstein, you asked the issue about third-party deliveries. That's not allowed under state law. The state has made it clear that if you're going to deliver, the delivery has to be conducted by an employee of the licensee. In this case, the applicant would be the licensee. So in order for them to deliver, they would have to hire someone specifically to deliver. They wouldn't be able to outsource that function. Commissioner Stegnick? Did I say that correctly? I'm so sorry. No worries. I believe you asked the question about identifying people to make sure that you're not delivering to minors. And most of the software now on the market, when either a patient or a 21 and over comes into the business and they register, their identification is uploaded onto the computer. Their picture is uploaded onto the computer. That way, you'll see you'll have a database with a picture in the business, a picture, and then all of their identification, so that when the delivery employee goes to the physical address, they have to look at the individual and look at the picture and make sure that they match. If they don't match, the delivery is not allowed to go forward at that point. And the state has contemplated this issue because it's been a concern with allowing adult use under Prop 64, so that was something that was taken into consideration. Look, I represent businesses up and down the state of California, from Humboldt County to San Diego County. I have to say that the city of Pacifica, I'm very proud of you. There are not many cities and counties who have gotten as far as you have. I'm really proud of my client. I'm a part of the compliance team, so I'm going to make sure that not only are they compliant with local law, but they're also going to be compliant with state law. And I just want to thank you for being ahead of the curve in the state of California and getting my client to the point where they can have a hearing and hopefully, with all due respect, be approved for this permit. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more cards up here for public comment, so I'm going to close that portion of the hearing and bring it back. Oh, sorry, I'm going to bring the applicant up if you wish to respond to any of the comments from the public.
Yes, I do briefly. I just wanted to respond to the education for seniors comment that was raised. That is actually an integral part of our business, is providing on-site education to any patients or customers coming into the business. And that's also a primary reason we want to focus on a brick and mortar store, is to allow that opportunity for interaction and education to occur. And we will have materials available on site. And I would like to cede the rest of my time to the managing director, Ms. Smalley.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much. You don't know how excited we are to be standing here tonight. I just want to say each of you, some more than others, have pushed us to be better, to do more, to create this beautiful team, and to really hear what you guys have shared previously about concerns. We've rewatched the videos a million times. We have reread everything, every public comment, your concerns, and I think that we've done a really great job. I had Chinese food with my mom recently, and we take fortune cookies kind of seriously in our family. And the fortune cookie said, first, seek to understand, and then to be understood. And I think we've worked really hard to understand. We want to offer at-cost locked bags and locked medication boxes and bags so that people can come in and take them at cost. We don't charge them anything more than it costs us to buy them. So when the edibles and products go home, hopefully there's some level of personal responsibility, but we're encouraging that. And not super expensive things, but some things that people can take home. We've done a lot of research into prevention partnerships, and Santa Cruz has this really gorgeous model. It's a monthly cannabis coalition meeting. They invite all the other dispensary owners, anyone from the public, to come and let's talk about cannabis. They have a whole Lock It Up initiative. They do a lot of beautiful education and outreach, disseminate information about sensitive topics, and seek to do a better job. We have a beautiful ideas about reducing parking demand. We we want to work really hard to do a great job. We negotiated a second cannabis waste bin to be on site, so the customers, rather than increasing landfill diversion or to decrease landfill diversion, and to also make sure items are recycled appropriately, customers can bring back items. Not that they're exchanging. There's specific laws about exchanging, but that they can bring back items that they're, let's say, even used, and put them in our waste bin so they don't end up in a home garbage can. We really are trying to reduce youth access. We want to be a part of the community. We want to be part of youth prevention. We're meeting with one of the partners for youth prevention this Thursday. We're really excited about it. We want to be bossed around. We want to do better. We want you guys to tell us how we can do better in the community to do that. But we want to succeed as a business too. We know we're competing with other businesses in other cities who have a huge variety of products and can stay open later, and we want to be courteous to our city. We want to advocate for ourselves and some success as a business entity also, but we really just wanted to say thank you tonight, and we hope that we've understood and that you guys understand that we're really trying. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thus concludes public hearing. We'll bring it back to the commission for deliberation. Anybody? All right, Commissioner Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentations. Great staff report also. I think I'm in favor of the application. One of the most interesting comments was from one of the security guys who was like, well, you got no problem approving alcohol consumed on premises until 10 p.m. And I think that's a very fair observation. I'm a lot more concerned about alcohol consumption than I am about marijuana consumption, and that's not even being consumed on premises. So I realize that the applicant's asking for 10 p.m., staff is recommending 8 p.m. I'm comfortable with 9 p.m. as a compromise. I think one of the neighborhood residents mentioned that other stores in that area close at 9 p.m., and I'm sensitive to people's schedules and who work late. I used to work late myself, so I'm okay with 9 p.m. close time. I think that's the big issue right now for me, is just that, I think that's the only real controversial issue for me. So anyway, I'm in favor of the project. And one other comment, Commissioner Stejnik made a really good observation about what was at the beginning of this matter that was 5 years ago, that, it's very likely, or it's very possible that we're going to have a library and a youth center in that area, and it's tough because we've already approved this overlay district, and so there's nothing to do about it. And when the time comes, we'll just have to deal with it. I'm raising it. There's nothing to say or do about it, but it's something to keep in the back of our minds. Anyway, I'm still in favor of the project. I'm impressed with the group that you guys brought and all the consultants and whatnot. It sounds like you guys take it really seriously, and we respect that, or I respect that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Stejnik.
My question is for staff. Can you walk me through how this particular group essentially got 4 opportunities to take a look at to apply for licensing versus the rest of the pack that basically got 1 opportunity?
I can't recall at the moment the number of applications. I think it may have been as many as 5 that they filed, 4 or 5 perhaps. The ordinance that the City Council adopted established no limitation on the number of applications an individual applicant could submit, nor the number of locations they could pursue with applications. Some, I think, assumed there must have been a limit of 1. That was certainly not the case, and this applicant took advantage of that opportunity to file multiple applications for multiple locations. The ordinance is clear that 1 applicant can only receive 1 license, and only 1 license can be issued for 1 property. And so if the applicant is granted a license, or a permit rather, this evening, their other applications would have no effect.
So who would be the next licensee deemed incomplete or complete? Applicant, not licensee.
I don't understand the question, but there are only 3 applications being processed currently. One you acted on at the last Planning Commission meeting, one you're acting on this evening, and one remains incomplete. If this application was approved and the first application was upheld on appeal, there would be no further applications processed for the West Shore Park overlay.
And which one is the one that's been deemed incomplete?
It is
440 Old County.
450 Old County Road, Rockaway Enterprises, I believe, is the name of the applicant.
Okay. Just 10 seconds on the whole gummy thing. The actual statement was gummy bears, prohibited by California law, not gummies, the texture, or gelatin and pectin mixed together. We had a specific, I believe it was Commissioner Campbell who had concerns about the library here, and he originally suggested 3 p.m. as a closing date for there. We chose an Ord of Fog Center, up till 6 p.m., delivery till 8 p.m., and I'm a little more comfortable with some traditional business hours. I've got no problem with coming back in a year and taking a look at this, and if these are good citizens, good actors, and at that point, I'll probably entertain 10 p.m., no problem, but at this point, I think keeping a little more limited approach on a brand new rollout that's kind of unique in the entire state might be a good idea. Thanks.
Commissioner Rubenstein.
Yeah, this is just addressed to my fellow commissioners. How should we reconcile the conditions of approval that we agreed to for the prior applicant, who made a different presentation, it was a different operation, with this applicant? The other business is located, about 700 feet from this business. So just in the interest of fairness, how should we reconcile that? I just kind of open that up for some conversation.
Commissioner Neblin.
Well, maybe I'll sort of address my own perspective on my colleague's comment in the first instance. And they are different applications, and I think folks came in with different teams and different levels of, how shall I say it, just different levels of analysis, I guess, that were brought to bear, which I think may justify, frankly, different conditions if we have just a differing feel as comfort levels, frankly, with respect to, and frankly, asking for different things as well. So although I certainly do see the logic, and in particular with respect to operating hours, I tend to see a desire to kind of harmonize what we're doing. I don't think there's an absolute need to, just again, given the different teams that we're looking at here and the different sort of application that we received, and like I said, the different level of analysis and sort of deep dive that the applicants did. I wanted to echo the comment that was made on sort of being impressed with the level of preparation that we saw this evening, and the team that was assembled. I felt like a sense of comfort that we're dealing with folks who are prepared to implement this in a professional way. I am not comfortable with operating hours till 9 o'clock, frankly. Simply not. I would, with some reservations, be inclined to move in the direction that staff has recommended, but even that strikes me as a little late, but I am certainly willing to defer to staff's recommendation.
All right. Let's see. Commissioner Clifford.
Well, one, I am ultimately going to vote for this project. And in terms of hours of operation seem to be the biggest sticking point. And I would go along with staff's recommendation in terms of hours of operation. They make sense. And we could review it in a year and say, yeah, they could go ahead and stay open till 10 because we're not having any complaints.
Commissioner Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. Just in response to Commissioner Rubenstein's question, good point. How do you reconcile? How do we be consistent? And the prior application, I believe, had residents apartments directly above the stores, and I think that made a big impact on me. And so I was inclined towards the shorter business hours, just because I've been there. I've lived on the second floor of a mixed-use building, and anyway. So for me, it's apples and oranges. But so it was partly that, and it was partly the team that this application assembled. But I'm also, if the commission is into going along with the staff's recommendations in terms of hours ending at 8, that's fine too.
All right. Well, I'm looking for somebody's next. I'm close call. Certainly a much better application and project than the last one, I believe. I think that this is a very professional outfit and unit, and I think I said last meeting I was looking for one out the box to approve, and this one comes super close. My concern has and still remains that we're not quite there with regulation of gummies and that type of thing that appeal to children. I'm a little concerned about the bus stop, and I don't know how close it is to IBL. So I've got those concerns, but looking for, okay, Commissioner Neblin.
Well, if there's nothing else to be said about it, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I might add, it occurred to me that during the deliberation that there may be an assumption that there's a condition for annual review, and so that is not currently included. So it's not our standard condition. It's one that the commission may choose to place on the project. So, but I thought I would bring that up since I clearly heard that. And I believe the condition that we put on the last application was that there was discussion of both the cannabis licensing as well as the cannabis licensing actually already has a staff annual review built into it. So there would be at least the first annual review would be with the Planning Commission.
I'll leave it up to my fellow commissioners.
Thank you. Well, I then want to go ahead and make a motion for approval. Specifically, I would move that the Planning Commission find the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, approve marijuana use permit MUP 418 by adopting the resolution included as attachment A to the staff report, including conditions of approval in Exhibit A to the resolution, subject to the additional condition of approval that there be an annual review with the Planning Commission. Incorporate all maps, the applicant's MUP application and all attachments, and testimony into the record by reference.
Commissioner Stechnik.
What were the hours that we decided on?
Well, the hours I think were those that were recommended by staff, which I'm assuming are integrated into the conditions of approval, specifically till 8 o'clock.
And how late is the
9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
How late is the library open, Sharp Park Library?
Depends on the days. I could look it up.
That's all right. I think it's 8 p.m. So yeah. Okay, thanks. I'm in favor of this project.
Is that a second?
Well,
yes, that's a second.
All right, we've had a motion and a second. Please vote. All right, that almost passes unanimously. Congratulations, you have an approved project. Anyone aggrieved by the action of the Planning Commission has 10 calendar days to appeal the decision in writing to the City Council. Okay, folks.
Give them the stuff back. Don't leave without your stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
So, we are on to...
Get this done in 9 minutes.
I know, let's do it.
We are on to a text amendment initiated by the City of Pacifica to amend Chapter 4 zoning. Okay, we really do need to clear the space so we can finish this meeting. Okay, a text amendment initiated by the City of Pacifica to amend Chapter 4 zoning within Title 9 Planning and Zoning of the Pacifica Municipal Code by adopting a new Article 50 entitled Development Agreements. The recommended action is not a project, and the recommended action is to adopt the attached resolution initiating the amendment and recommending approval to City Council. Staff report, please.
So the city does not currently have a codified process by which development agreements can be considered. And so the Planning Commission, or sorry, the Planning Department staff is asking that the Planning Commission consider recommendation of an ordinance to the City Council. Development agreements are contracts between a city and a developer. to provide assurance that the city, to the city that the development will be completed in accordance with the negotiated terms. An example of a negotiated term that is not typically covered in a condition of approval is implementation details, such as terms and conditions related to financing of necessary public improvements and provisions for subsequent reimbursement if that's necessary. It's anticipated that hopefully in the near future, a development agreement would be negotiated for the Beach Boulevard Hotel project, and there's other projects that, that may need a DA related to public improvements. So just to keep this brief, that's the staff report.
All right.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, questions? Commissioner Kraske.
Yeah, I just have a quick clarification. Page 449 of the packet. Halfway down, it says the proposed ordinance would also require that each development agreement shall be reviewed at least once every 12 months by city staff to ensure developers' good faith compliance in terms of the agreement. Is that in perpetuity or?
Yes.
Okay.
Of the life of the agreement, yes.
Of the what?
The life of the agreement, the term, yes.
And I would just add that that's pursuant to statute as well. There's a statutory requirement in Government Code 65865.1 that requires periodic review every 12 months, at least every 12 months.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Commissioner Stenick.
I've read the entire California law, in particular 65864. I'm just going to read section C there. The lack of public facilities, including but not limited to streets, sewage, transfer station, drinking water, school, and utility facilities is a serious impediment to the development of new housing. Whenever possible, applicants and local governments may include provisions in agreements whereby applicants are reimbursed over time for financing public facilities. I'm aware in the past we've had some discussions, an agreement for developers to pay some of the costs of the roads they've damaged. Have those held up, and have we ever collected any money for that?
So if they have damaged roads during development?
Yeah, I've heard discussion of that in this planning commission.
Yeah, that's a standard condition of approval. I do not know how often engineering has to call that condition.
Okay. In general, I think, discussion-wise, I'm not real in favor of erecting any additional barriers towards small business in this town. We have a lot of empty lots, and this is definitely a barrier to a new business being developed. It's a time barrier, it's a money barrier, and quite frankly, I'm not a fan of it. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, Commissioner Neblin.
Yeah, I just wasn't clear on the last the last comment. My understanding is that what we're doing here by way of text amendment is broadly speaking something that the government code would contemplate we have in place in the eventuality that we end up wanting to negotiate development agreements. We have a process for doing so.
Correct.
Require the mutual agreement of the city and the developer.
Correct.
To enter into
and that in and of itself would be embodied in its own ordinance after the development agreement is concluded.
Right.
Okay. Well, just given that context, I think I believe that this is something I'd be ready to make a motion on as soon as folks are done discussing it.
I'm an enthusiastic supporter of this. I firmly believe that the quarry would have been developed by now if we'd had this ordinance in place at the time. So I'm all for it.
Commission Chair,
yes.
Just to clarify, we're still on questions of staff. Is that correct?
Oh, is this our public? This is a consideration. Oh, this is not the consideration. Yes, thank you. Okay, questions of staff are over, and there's no public hearing. I don't see any cards. I'm going to close that, and I'm going to bring it back to the commission for deliberation. Okay, Commissioner Gordon.
Sure. Unless there's any more comments, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
I move that the Planning Commission finds the proposed ordinance exempt from CEQA, adopts resolution included as attachment A to the staff report to initiate the text amendment and recommend approval of the City Council, and incorporates all maps and testimony into the record by reference.
Commissioner Clifford.
I'll second that motion.
Got a motion second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, geez, sorry, that does not pass unanimously. Okay. On to consideration items. We got to appoint a member to the Planning Commission, to the Library Advisory Committee. Anyone? Okay, it looks like we're going to have to table this. On to communications, commission communications. Darn. Commissioner Stegnick.
Yeah, I'm curious which applicants will be reviewed for marijuana licenses next. I've talked to quite a few applicants or relatives of applicants, or those who might benefit from the application process, and they seem to be completely in the dark as to what's coming next. That may be a false representation or an inaccurate representation, but do we know which overlay district is going to get looked at next, and which permits will be looked at, assuming they're complete?
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier during consideration of the marijuana use permit, the Sharp Park District currently has 2 approved marijuana use permits, which would be the limit that the city could approve within the MO-SP or Sharp Park Overlay District. However, one of those is subject to appeal to the City Council currently. And if that is approved and the appeal is denied and the permit approval is upheld, the Sharp Park District will be maxed out, which would mean the next movement would be likely in the Rockaway Beach Overlay District. We have 1 incomplete application in the Rockaway Beach Overlay District currently, and if the approval granted tonight is made final, it's not appealed, or if it's upheld on appeal, that would eliminate a numerical obstacle to the second applicant in Rockaway Beach being processed.
Great. I also have just a brief statement. I assume you all got a copy of the bylaws in this last week, and I just want to draw specific attention to the 3 provisions on there. 1, our ability to agendize a study session. 2, our ability to form subcommittees. And 3, our ability to ask oral communication speakers questions at the conclusion of oral communications. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rubenstein.
Just a quick question. How did 2 licenses get approved for the Sharp Park Overlay District? It's just curious to me because both businesses now are located, 700 feet from each other. They essentially do the same thing.
400 feet.
400 feet. I mean, it just seems odd. I would assume that 1 business in that location would have been great and sufficient for that business.
So I would caution the Planning Commission on these types of discussions because we're getting really deep into the weeds, and this item hasn't been agendized.
Okay.
Thank you.
My concern would be that, there's potential for entering into sort of Brown Act gray areas when we have discussions about items that are not on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you. Understood.
Thank you. Okay. Staff communications.
So I sent out an email before the meeting, and it looks like we may have some scheduling conflicts with City Council as they're scheduling special hearings for their redistricting that they will be considering. And so I just want to get a show of hands, maybe just who has conflicts, so I can find out just how many are no's for alternative dates the week of December 3rd. So Monday, December 3rd is your regular meeting date. The City Council may need to use that date to hold a redistricting public hearing. And so we wanted to find out if you all would be available to meet on either Tuesday, December 4th, Wednesday, December 5th, or Thursday, December 6th. So can I just get no's for December 4th? Wednesday, December 5th, any no's? Okay. And Thursday, December 6th. And
Wait, I have no for the 5th. But.
No for the 5th. Okay. All right. I don't know if we'll need to, but I have my answer in case we do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Who's got a motion for me? All right. Commissioner Clifford.
I move we adjourn.
Commissioner
Second.
Gordon. Please vote.
Anybody ever vote?
Thank you, and good night.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm not going to be here for that.
Save it for next time.
I thought there's no way he could be right. It's like I take